Okay, good morning. It's 9 o'clock in Tuolumne County. It's January 7th, 2014. It's time to call the first regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County, first meeting of 2014 to order. So we'll do that and ask you to join me in pledging allegiance to the flag of our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, welcome and thank you for being here. We have a very extensive agenda today, but we'll start with oral communications. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda, and no action will be taken by the board on these topics. I have one request so far. Melanie Curtis, would you like to come to the podium, please?
Hi, my name is Melanie Curtis, and I'm the 4-H program representative for Tuolumne County. I just wanted to take the opportunity to invite the Board of Supervisors to our annual community dinner coming up on January 18th at the Mother Lode Fairgrounds from 4 to 7 p.m. If you need tickets, please get in touch. And also I wanted to inform the board of a very exciting new program that we have starting for 2014. On June 20th through 25th, we will have our first ever summer camp program. It will be open to all youth in Tuolumne County who are ages 9 and above. So we're currently recruiting teens for that program, and we're really excited to be able to actually offer summer camp in our county for our county residents. So thank you.
Okay, for the public who may want to attend your annual dinner, it's January 18th at what time?
4 to 7 p.m.
4 to 7, and how do they get tickets?
Tickets are available from 4-H members, or they're available at the 4-H office, which is at 52 North Washington.
Oh, is there a phone number?
They can contact me at 533-6990.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak of public comment? Just go ahead. Just get in line and come on up, or come up now.
Hi, my name's Elijah Elderosen, and I'm a local resident here, and I wanted to voice my disapproval for the proposed ordinance to ban outdoor cultivation of medical marijuana in Tuolumne County. And I just had a couple questions for you guys.
Well, you can ask the questions. We won't necessarily respond today. There is a public hearing with the Tuolumne County Planning Commission. I'm not sure, when is that? Wednesday? That's tomorrow. Next Wednesday, week from tomorrow? Okay, and I would encourage you to attend that and make your concerns known there. They'll consider it, and they'll ultimately bring it back to us, but you can go ahead and...
Where and what time is that meeting held?
Right, it's next Wednesday, so the 15th, 6 p.m. in this
Right
room
here.
right here.
Okay, and it's open to the public?
It is.
Okay.
It is a public hearing. They do want to hear from you.
Okay.
And we charge them with listening to all things and coming back with a recommendation.
I don't know if this is an appropriate question, but do you guys have a timetable on that ordinance? Is it something that's going to be happening rather quickly, or is it something that takes
We want the Planning Commission to do a thorough analysis and investigation of the pros and cons and come back with a recommendation. Then it'll come here to the board for a final approval. And I think there's a public hearing as well, and I think is there a first and second reading on that? Yeah, so it'll take a little time, and it'll be fully vetted.
Okay, so there'll be multiple public hearings
Yeah.
first. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Vicki Helmar, Air Pollution Control Officer and Agricultural Commissioner. And today I have two announcements for the new year. First, USDA has authorized the Emergency Conservation Program to provide emergency funding and technical assistance to those farmers and ranchers suffering certain losses due to the rim fire. They have opened up their application period, and that application period is going to go through February 7th. Now, the kinds of program participants may receive cost share damages up to 75% for the cost of removing debris from farmland, restoring permanent fences, and restoring conservation structures, and other installations such as permanently installed irrigation systems. Now, I spoke with Farm Service Agency this morning, and they have informed me that the fencing also includes fencing for permittees on U.S. Forest Service land, which is some good news because we had some concerns about that. For more information, folks need to apply to the Farm Service Agency directly, and their number is area code 209-491-9320, extension 2. And again, that application deadline is February 7th. The second announcement I have relates to the California Air Resources Board's proposed amendment to the on-road truck and bus regulations. After the October hearing and a series of workshops in November and December, CARB is proposing changes to these truck and bus rules that include providing additional time for fleets in some areas, including Tuolumne County, to meet the particulate matter exhaust filter requirements, increasing the low-use vehicle thresholds, and expanding the NOx-exempt area definition to include Tuolumne and adjacent mountain counties, which would exempt the 2010 engine requirements. CARB will finalize any changes at their hearing scheduled for the end of April in 2014. However, for our fleet owners to take advantage of any proposed changes, they must register their trucks on the CARB database by January 31st of 2014. So that's a very, very short period of time. If people need more information on this, they can call our office. We will walk them through what they need to do. Our office number is 533-5693, or they can go right on to ARB's website and register online.
Vicki, what was that date?
For
That they
the
had-
truck and bus rule?
Yes, that they have to
January
register.
31st, so a little less than a month.
This is really important we get that information out, that they don't miss those deadlines.
Right. We are also going to be, we've contacted mymotherload.com, we've contacted the Union Democrat, so we're putting out some public service announcements as well on both of these issues.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any questions, Ms. Vicki?
I just had one, just to clarify, your first issue on the relief for fencing and all of that stuff. That includes costs already incurred as well as costs going forward, right?
I believe it's for, since I don't administer the program, I'm not sure, Carl, but I
Okay.
believe it's for the costs that have already incurred.
Okay, thanks.
Okay?
Okay, that's very good news. Thank you. Okay.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Ken Catano, Assessor Recorder, and I have some good news to report today. I'd like to introduce Charles Dyer, who's the records manager at the archives, who has been selected to the California Historical Records Advisory Board. He applied for this position, vacant position on the board, and was selected out of other applicants to join this very prestigious board. The California Historical Records Board does a number of good works, and they have several priorities. One would be improving the preservation and access of historical records, educating and training staff to manage historical collections, increasing awareness of archives and records programs, and providing and promoting collaborative efforts within the historical records community. So he will be on this board with a state coordinator for the California State Archives, records management representatives, California Department of Parks and Recreation representatives, and a representative from the California State Library. So it really is an impressive board that he's going to be on. So I'd like Charlie just to say a few words, if you may.
Charlie, before you say a few words, I want to say congratulations. I think that's, it's clearly in recognition of the fine job you've done in maintaining our archives and expanding it. And I know you've had a little help there with, but but it's a tribute to the efforts done here at Tuolumne County, and you've led that, so we got to say thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie, I would also like to thank you for your hard work. I've been up there a number of times, and I'm always amazed how quickly, when you ask for something, how quickly it comes. But I think it's really significant that Tuolumne County does have a voice on a board like that. So congratulations.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just jump into, going back, Charlie, I don't know the exact title, but he was, I think, our evidence custodian or whatever we called it in the sheriff's office for years and years, and distinguished himself there. A change was made when the archive was in the planning, and we created the position that Charlie now fulfills, and that was a marriage made in heaven for this county, in that it was a passion of his, clearly a skill of his. I know he's established a good, close working relationship with, Carlo DeFerrari, and as a smart guy that Charlie is, he's soaking up as much as he can, through osmosis, from Carlo. And I think I mentioned in one prior meeting just evidence of that in the close working relationship. There was recently a case, and it shows our system is working, and we have the people to help backstop it, where they're looking at records to get rid of, and there was one that everyone thought was just run-of-the-mill, and it turned out to be a record going back to the Calday period of the county. And again, with Carlo and Charlie together, they were able to determine what that was really and make sure that that record was preserved. Just as one illustration of the good work that goes on there, and kudos to Charlie for his role in that.
I want to say that thank you to the board for supporting the archives and the work we do, and then recently passing the recent retention schedule for the records management, because that's a very viable part of what we do out there in servicing the courts and county departments and your board. We get requests all the time for records and for you guys to make informed decisions, and that always makes us happy that we're able to find them for you. So thank you for your support too. We worked very well together. Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, public comment.
One more quick one. My name's Kent Rosen, and I'm also a resident of the county here. And I just, the first I heard about this ordinance to control the outdoor cultivation of marijuana was in the Union Democrat. So my information, I don't know the process obviously, but I'm just curious as to kind of the overall intent of it, and also that just my concern as a taxpayer is simply put using sheriff's resources to enforce a zoning ordinance seems strange to me, a strange way to go about it. So if I'm misunderstanding the ordinance, I'm certainly going to go to the planning commission meetings and find out more.
Please do,
and
I
I
think
appreciate you hearing me.
get it fully vetted there, and your concerns need to be there, and that of other members of the public. So those who are listening to us online, next Wednesday night, 6 o'clock?
Correct.
6 o'clock, that's the 15th. The planning commission will be going
Thank you
over
very
that.
much for your time, too.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming up. Anybody else? Last call, for public comments. Okay. We'll close public comment period, and we'll go to the consent calendar and ask the clerk to read the consent calendar.
Minutes of the meeting held December 3rd, 2013, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3239 through 3243 were published. Approving the revisions of the resident firefighter class specifications, adopting resolution authorizing the county tax collector to conduct a public auction of tax default properties, adopting a resolution authorizing the Sonora Sunrise Rotary to close a section of Highway 120 near Chinese Camp for their 29th annual Orient Express Foot Race, approving the local Child Care and Development Planning Council's annual report, approving the reappointment of James Newsom to the Historic Preservation Review Commission, and approving the appointment of Allison Daniels as a real estate professional member on the Tuolumne County Housing Loan Review Committee.
Okay, any member of the board want to pull any item? Seeing none. Any public comment on the consent calendar? Okay, the chair would entertain a motion.
I'll move on the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay,
Thank
a
you.
motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Gray. Any final comments, public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll go to item 9.
Presentation of the County Service Award to Ken Catano, Assessor Recorder, for 35 years of service.
Chairman, members of the board. Mr. Chairman, I think I'd like to have you join me up here to help me with this.
My privilege.
I do not intend to be long, but this is just an important marker, service of 35 years by one of our most valued employees, well, now elected officials of Tuolumne County. Mr. Catano came to us, actually it was in January of 1979. He started as an appraiser 3. He's held titles, positions of acting chief appraiser, assistant assessor, and then became the elected assessor recorder back in January of 2007. And just a couple words about Ken. He's one of these guys who is very soft-spoken, but is a steady hand at the rudder. He offers quality service, has excellent judgment. Totally rely upon him as a key part of our financial team in the county. And yet, you heard a little bit about the other side of what he does in our recordation of our most important documents, the oversight of our archive. There's all kinds of things that go with that, including a team partner in working out some transitions with our historical society and our relationship down at the museum. And Ken was a key part of that as well. And in the last season during his time in office, he's been instrumental in helping just oversee some of the transitions of some of the key staff, some of which I see in the audience, in that department that will ensure continuity of quality service for Tuolumne County. Besides all that, he's a heck of a nice guy, another service club guy that does so much for our community that many people just don't know about. So I just want to commend him personally for 35 years of service to the county of Tuolumne and its residents. Mr. Chairman.
Ken, I can't say enough about 35 years of dedicated service. 35 years, now think about that. That is amazing. This is one of the pictures, and Ken probably select this for his 35th anniversary or commemorative award. And he's been around so long, there's a little kid up here, and I think that's Ken. But seriously, we do appreciate 35 years of dedicated service, and it's been a privilege for me as supervisor to work with you, and you're always there for us. And, that's a real tribute. The people here applauding you says they appreciate you too. You're loved. So thank you. And I'll give you a few minutes at the microphone.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks, Craig, for the kind words, and Supervisor Hanvelt for your kind words also. 35 years is not an insignificant amount of time. You're right. If you imagine what you were doing back in 1979, and I never thought I would still be here 35 years later, and I guess the thing that has kept me around is that the variety, and every day is something new and something different, and the county has given me an opportunity to grow and learn other things besides just assessing. The recorder and the archives have taught me a lot too, and I particularly like this picture, and I'm pretty certain that's not me up on that log, but I like
One
it.
of your early recollections, perhaps?
I like it because it shows the teamwork of the loggers back in the olden days that it took to cut down a log that size and to get it to the mill. And I'm also impressed by the teamwork that the county has, both within my department and between departments. I think that's a real testimony to Tuolumne County and one of its stronger points. So thank you very much for this.
I just have one question. How many more years? Another 8 or so?
35.
35?
Another 8 more years or so?
I think another 1 will be enough for me. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ken. Okay. Okay, item 10, please.
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition commending Richard Collier on his 17 years dedicated service to the county as a member of the Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Commission and Airport Advisory Committee.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Bev Shane, Airport Land Use Commission Secretary. And I just wanted to say a few words about Dick Collier and working with him for all of those years, and ask your board to approve this recognition this morning because he has dedicated many, many hours to his service to the county. When the update of the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan was proceeding over, I think it was 70 hearings, and very contentious, and Dick was there leading the commission through that time. And he has been so dedicated to use his own plane to often fly over property to make sure that there won't be any impacts, and he took his position on the commission very seriously. And so today I'm here to ask your board to adopt this recognition for Dick, and also to personally thank him for all of his time.
Thank you, Ms. Shane. Anybody else comment? Chair would entertain a motion to approve this certificate of recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move to approve that certification for Mr. Collier.
I'd like to second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Rutherford. Any comments? Oh, here he comes.
Morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator, previous interim airports manager.
You're not going to try and talk us out of this, are you?
No, no,
Oh.
no. Dick is very deserving. I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Collier for his many years of dedicated service. I've served with him for 16 years at the airport in various roles, and he's always been the steady hand. He's taken on unpopular issues at times, and he's also been the representative from Pine Mountain Lake Airport, which is not easy because it is a very unique airport and has some issues that it has had dealt with over the years that are not easy. And Dick has been the chair of the Airports Advisory Committee over many of those years. So just want to say thank you to Mr. Collier.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? I'll ask the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. You know what they wrote here?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, this is potentially embarrassing, but, they write all sorts of things about you, you know?
Well, you got Deb here. That's what
First of all, before I even read this, I want to say 17 years, this is dedication, and the only reason people do this is they have a passion not only for instance, airport land use, but they have a passion for the county. And 17 years of volunteer service is pretty amazing to do this. So I want to say thank you before I even read this. Okay. The Board of Supervisors recognizes Richard Collier for his 17 years of service to the citizens of Tuolumne County as a member of the Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Commission. From his appointment in October 1996 through October 2013, during which time he devoted countless hours to attending the meetings of the Airport Land Use Commission as it considered the often challenging matters that came before it. Serving as chairman of the commission from June 1999 through June 2003, and again from January 2012 through October 2013, and as its vice chairman from January 2007 through December 2011, Richard Collier provided invaluable guidance and leadership to the commission. Richard Collier's leadership never proved more valuable than during the update of the Airport Land Use Policy Plan from 1999 through 2003, during which he chaired nearly 50 often contentious meetings of the commission, which led to adoption of the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, which guides the commission's decisions to this day. During his tenure on the commission, Richard Collier was known for inspecting development sites from the air to determine whether proposed projects would affect aircraft operations or result in safety hazards to persons on the ground, thus providing thorough and thoughtful consideration of matters referred to the commission. Richard Collier also served as a member of the Airport's Advisory Committee for 11 years, beginning with his appointment in August 2002. He served multiple terms as both its chairman and vice chairman. He played an integral part on many airport issues, including the radio frequency changes at both Columbia and Pine Mountain Lake airports, which result in much less frequency congestion today. Mr. Collier made significant contributions in addressing issues and improving operations at both county airports, and his service to the Airports Advisory Committee is greatly appreciated. This Board of Supervisors does hereby join the Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Commission, the Airports Advisory Committee, the Airports Department, and the Community Resources Agency in expressing their sincere appreciation for the many years of service, commitment, and dedication that Richard Collier has provided to the County of Tuolumne.
Thank you very much. Will I blush on camera, or am I going to just be?
You are on camera.
I am on
and I'll
camera.
give you a few minutes.
Just a
to
couple.
select.
I would just like to encourage what I see in my experience is that in the 5 years when we were trying to update the airport plan, we continually saw people that kind of relied on government, relied on these committees and commissions, of which we have many in the county, to do things, and then after all of the kind of the groundwork and the hard work was done, they'd walk in the door and say, oh, gee, no, or I didn't know, or so the lack of participation. I've always was disappointed at how the general public relies on us to do things until it gets to where they decide they don't like what we did. And so my one thing is to encourage the county, the public, residents of Tuolumne County to participate, be part of, excuse me, part of the solution, not part of the problem. Over and over again, if we had one problem, it was that. And I think Bev, I don't see Mike out there, probably Daniel, and it's been a real pleasure for me to work with the county. John's my neighbor, and so I've enjoyed it. And the pay was good, too. All right. This is very nice. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dick. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to item 11, please. Would you read that?
Consideration of approving the 2014 County of Tuolumne 5-year plan.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I assume we may forget, but it was back on December 3rd and 17th that we spent collectively almost 3 hours going through the 2013 5-year plan for the county, looking for your direction from the board on areas you'd like to add, delete, modify. And what I've prepared for you is the result of those 2 meetings of discussions in the form of a final draft 2014 5-year plan for the county. And of course, this whole thing is subject to any additional changes your board may desire, but it's presented today for your consideration for adoption. There's just 2 things I want to note. When we were talking about things, one of the items that was to be added, which I did, is at the very end of, if you look at the program matrix, it's item F under organizational stewardship 11. I went ahead and instead of putting in each section this statement, I just put it under organizational stewardship, which is the conduct of a department risk assessment and establishment of emerging issues for every department of the county. When I got to actually inserting it, it didn't really fit in these categories because the expression I heard from the board was you wanted that from every department. So for that reason, I stuck it there. And the other thing that I will make sure to follow up on when we do our quarterly reports on this, Supervisor Royce had also asked, I found in my notes last night as I was reviewing for this, he wanted me to identify which of these items were related to federal or state mandates. So when we do that in the quarterly updates, I'll make sure and somehow denote which of these have some correlation to state or federal mandates. So other than that, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, anybody questions? Supervisor Royce.
I'll just make a quick comment. I appreciate that. I think it's important to know where the directive is coming from in a lot of these cases. These goals don't necessarily always correlate and reflect the actual intentions that our board has. They're just complying with the law and staying current with mandates and so forth. If it was up to me, it would just be, you know, keep people safe and pave all the roads. But it's not that simple. So thank you for kind of breaking it all down, and thank you for our hard work on behalf of all the staff that gets this stuff done.
Anybody else comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment. It's the narrative is good. It's helpful to give a little bit more information. I'm probably going to use some of it in my next article, so you'll probably see these words again.
You're going to do
Plagiarism, yes.
Plagiarism, okay.
There's no such thing as plagiarism in government.
I know, but I think it's copyrighted.
Well, I didn't see it.
Oh, okay, maybe it's not. Okay, any further comments from the board? How about the public? Anybody want to comment on the 5-year plan? I'd like to note that this, to me, is exactly what the county should be doing, and when I became supervisor, I don't believe we did have a 5-year plan, and that this is a big deal, and you can see where we're going and what we're kind of doing. I think it's a big improvement and be able to look forward, and it helps in all aspects of what we're doing going forward. We know where we're going, and that's important. So, with that, the chair would entertain a motion to adopt the 5-year plan.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the 5-year plan.
Your second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Brennan. Any final comments? Board? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item 12, please.
Consideration of approving the 2014 Board of Supervisors goals.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, piggybacking off of your adoption of the 2014 5-year plan and developing your 2014 goals, we take the first year of the 5-year plan and basically turn that into your board goals for the calendar year that we're in. And so that's what I have done. This is the first year that you've seen at the time of adoption this format, because in the past we've only put the goals and who the key staff would be, but per direction last year, we've also inserted the generic activities or deliverables and also target dates. And in looking at the target dates, which are pretty extensive, and also something I was asked to try to do is, as we did the target dates, is to try and space them out in such a way that you could see a rhythm to which things you could expect to see, you know, each quarter or throughout the year. Some are ongoing, you know, tasks. Some things are going to actually not get done until the next calendar year. But that was in mind as we put these target dates in. The one thing I would ask the board too is, you know, how much specific would you like in areas such as any of the updates related to the general plan is a good example. And here we put the date that we hope to have it adopted, you know, which would be, you know, June of 2015, but that date can move all over the place depending upon public comment and dialogue. But there's all kinds of steps in between too. So this was kind of, here's the end date, so you know it'll be done, but would you be interested in having some of those interim target dates put in there as well?
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the goal is to have like quarterly updates on these kinds of things, right? I think what a format that I might propose, and I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but maybe something of what we can expect in each one of those quarterly updates. In other words, is this going to be a final report out that something's accomplished, or is it an interim report on the progress, so that when it comes March or April, whenever we do the first quarterly update, then we can pull this out and we can go, okay, this is what we were targeting to do, and then we can bounce that against what it is that actually got done.
Okay. I could attempt to incorporate that into what you approve.
Because month by month, we're not going to see the month by
Sure.
month, but you're going to come back to us and talk to us on a quarterly basis on where we sit. So maybe that's an easy way to kind of bracket stuff out.
But then when there's a product or an action,
Yeah.
those key points,
Yes.
not just the final.
No.
Got it.
Supervisor Brennan?
No, I was just going to concur with that. I think some quarterly report highlighting those would be real beneficial, helpful.
Okay, and Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, and once again, I think this is great. The thing I always try to just plug in here that I would like to add is a cost. And a lot of these things, there's absolutely no way that you can apply a cost to it because you don't know. But some of them you may be able to, and I think maybe we could decipher whether we know or not. But in planning, I think it helps to know what kind of a commitment you're putting, on ourselves by approving this stuff, and just for future, kind of a ideal world thing.
And just to share, Supervisor Royce and I talked about it. If he was talking about it, it'd be helpful maybe in making decisions, maybe even further back in the 5-year plan itself, if we knew, what was the level of staff, time is money, too, as well as hard dollars. But as he accurately articulated, that's really hard to do. In some cases you can, and in other cases, like as we work in the area of natural resources, as an example, or water, huge amounts of time, and it's really hard to pin down. But continue to try and figure out if there's a way that we can do that, to communicate with you how much time. But I think the board understands what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff comes from left field, and you just run with it, and we work on it.
Okay, so Bree, you got anything on it?
No.
Okay, I would like to add just one thing, and that is in the area of the general plan update. There are a lot of steps in that. I guess I would like to see us break those down a little bit so we can monitor our progress a little better. I don't think we have to do it right here, but in the process of the updates, so we can see how we're doing. It's a big job. It's a huge job. It takes a lot of resources. So, and I might add, it takes all the committees to do their work too, and commissions. So, anyway, I would like to see that at some point, but not for today. Okay, any final comments? Ask the public if they'd like to comment.
Good morning to the board and Happy New Year to all of you. My question is, I know this is a very amazing amount of paperwork and so forth, but I'm wondering if it's possible for those of us who are interested in what the final outcome of the 5-year plan was, who have been here listening and, taking it in, is there a completed form that we can see and have it available so that we know what you're talking about?
Well, there's two things. As far as the document itself, it's available online through both Granicus and I believe on our web, on the CAO page, it'll be there. But as far as what did we do, with it, that goes back to the quarterly reports, that the board members have been talking about. You've been here while we do those. And the last report, the fourth quarter report on the 2013 goals, I believe is scheduled for the first meeting in February. And how the 5-year plan works, we've got 5 years we're looking at. We take that first year of the 5-year plan. That becomes the board goals for the year, which is what the board's looking at right now. And that's what I'm referring to. We'll have a final report on the 2013 goals at the February 4th meeting, I believe. Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Okay, come back to the board.
I move to approve the board goals for 2014.
Do I hear a second? Okay, motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Royce. Any final comments? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we're at item 13.
Consideration of providing staff direction on how to create the draft 2014 legislative platform.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, One of the tools, again, it's a relatively new tool that this board is directed to be prepared each year, is a legislative platform, and that's to help set policy and direct the affairs of the county through the pursuit of a legislative platform. And today I'm just looking for direction on the kinds of things you'd like to see put into your 2014 legislative platform. This is not to adopt anything today. One of the things I wanted to mention is that while this is an extensive platform, we put it into different compartments. We have a whole section on local government control and efficiency, local government funding. We have prevailing wage as a separate category, business and citizen friendliness, and then just other areas of interest. Last year's was the most extensive platform we've had yet. And then what I passed down the dais was just a different look to it, because some of the feedback I've had in talking to our legislators, both federal and state, is if we could distinguish for them the ones that are most relevant for federal versus state. And on this version, this is what we literally handed to our federal representatives. It bolds in red the areas that would be of particular concern to our federal representatives. And then the other thing that we've tried to do, because I've heard this, and I believe some of the board members have heard the same feedback from legislators, tell us, this is huge, because there's a lot of points in here, but what are your priorities? What are your highest priorities? And what we've tried to denote, and Supervisor Roderfer mentioned this last time we were talking about it, is we did denote using a triple asterisk those items that the board had previously said are the most important areas to the Board of Supervisors. So as we discuss this today, again, anything that you may want to add, you may want to delete, you may want to modify, that's, if you want to give me some general direction on that, again, I would take whatever direction you give, go back and massage this, bring it back to your next meeting for consideration of adoption. But in doing that, as well as, what are the areas, again, of priority, the highest priority to this board? The one thing that I did want to mention is out of this platform, this last year, we did have Assembly Bill 923 was introduced by Assemblyman Bigelow, and that had to do with our direct access, trying to allow us to use our unallocated or unused allocation of power out of the New Melones project through our Public Power Agency and make that available for use for the purpose of providing an incentive to bringing new industry and business to Tuolumne County. And that bill has run into challenges by both PG&E. I actually feel that somehow threatens their business and the jobs within it, and also the largest labor union of electricians, in the state, have had some concerns about it, as if this would somehow threaten, their jobs. The California Public Utilities Commission, it appears that they would remain neutral and not have a position on it. Assemblymember Bigelow's office said, we've got to find a way to at least get the CPUC, California Public Utilities Commission, and the electricians' labor union to kind of at least stand down and stay neutral on it, and then it would have a chance, and they'd be willing to continue to pursue this. If we can't, then their judgment is it would probably, die in the legislature. This had already been made a 2-year bill, and they're looking to us right now, what do you guys want to do? Again, I've already mentioned the California Public Utilities Commission has taken a neutral position on it. They wouldn't oppose it. As far as the electrical union, Kathleen Half and myself went and met with their chief lobbyist a few weeks ago, and he was going to take that to his board of directors to see what they might do. And Kathleen tried again this morning to find out what happened out of that board meeting, and as I sit here, unfortunately, I have no report as to what direction their board took. I still think, and I know if Mr. Cope were here today, he would say, that's an important piece of legislation. If we can get it through, it would give us a very unique incentive, for bringing new industry and business to Tuolumne County.
And create jobs.
And create jobs. That's the point. That's the point. So other than that, I just want to give you a report on one of the things that came out of last year's platform and the status of that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll shut down and see what direction you might have.
Take comments from the board. Supervisor Roderfer.
First of all, just structurally how we do this, a thought. I noticed particularly on the back in the red part there under business and citizen friendliness, there's a lot of things that can kind of be lumped under or kind of derived from a single, could be a single heading, and it might be useful for our legislators to group these in that kind of a fashion. For instance, healthy forest processes, reduce cost and increase speed to prepare logging sales, and that, all of those things really have to do with forestry issues. And you're probably going to come up with similar things in CEQA, NEPA, and all of that stuff. And along with that, we talk about streamlining CEQA and NEPA, but I couldn't find on here any discussion of meaningful tort reform. And I really believe that to really address a whole myriad of issues that pretty much strangle local government in their ability to actually govern as elected officials, we really need to have meaningful tort reform. And I think that ought to be one of our priority issues. So I just put that out there.
Okay.
I would agree. Under the CEQA NEPA, I think you could use that as a heading. You know, that needs to be fixed, and then the other ones that would follow kind of as subheadings of that particular thing. But we have to have that reform in order to make things work. And tort reform, well, that's a big one. I don't mind seeing it there, but it's kind of a catch-all for all the problems that we have. So I don't know how you would, where you would put it, but I would be certainly in favor of having it on our list.
Okay. Supervisor Brown?
Yeah, and this is just kind of the same category, but slightly different point. And it goes to the initiate, review, and remove species from the endangered species list that do not warrant status on the list. And looking back at the rimfire in particular, there is a real case to be made that it is beyond endangered species, that we need to be working with our legislators. We have endangered, we have sensitive, and today we actually have indicator species now. When we look at the restoration effort with the woodpecker, that's not listed as endangered or sensitive. It's an indicator species that we're now, the federal government is being asked to look at specific limited habitats on. And so I'd like to find some wording that is specific to, it incorporates all of those different listings that make it very, very difficult for the agencies to manage the resources.
Okay. Anybody else? Look for public comment. I don't see any. I would like to comment that this is another thing that has come about in the last 3 years, and we did it, I think, first time 3 years ago, and it really helps us when we can hand this list to legislators and then talk about it. And we can hand it to legislators outside our normal representation who listen to us and will have similar values and are willing to pick these things up. So I think this is really a valuable tool, and it's important that we do it and do it well. Supervisor Rutherford?
It's also valuable, I think, when we're dealing with our counterparts in other counties and jurisdictions, and also some of the leadership and lobbyists in some of the groups like regional RCRC and CSAC and NACO. So this really is, I think, a very, very important document. And the last thought that I had on structural things is when we do redo this, as I'm assuming you're planning on doing, move those things that are the triple asterisk ones up to the top of each one of those lists. Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of the comments is, again, some of the success because of this platform and asking folks to support things. We were able to, back when Kristen Olson was our assembly person, working with her, we were able to get a bill passed. It was a minor reform related to CEQA that gives us a little flexibility on specific types of road improvements. Ms. Shane and I have been talking, is there a place we can use that legislation, because it's a sunset. It only had, was it 3 or 5? 3 years to, either show that it didn't destroy the world as we know it, it wasn't bad to have it, but it'd be great to come in and show some examples of where it actually helped, because that's something we need to come back and have that sunset lifted on it. But again, kudos to the board for identifying it. Kudos to Assembly Member Olson for introducing it, and she was so smart in how she went about navigating through the legislature with that. And again, Bev did a fabulous job providing the expertise behind it all, and did a great job there. Other things just to mention, it's not just a Tuolumne County issue, but on the local government funding piece, very high on here, I just feel I need to mention it, is the reauthorization of secure rural schools has been so high on everyone's list. And again, Joe Silva's been such a champion, not just for our county, but for all of California. But this is something we talked to our legislators about. Right under that is the maintenance of PILT funding, as reported to your board. That is not in the budget deal right now. That's a $1.9 million revenue line in this year's budget. Again, just update on that. Just talking to legislators, actually, Mr. Deal, Rocky Deal, Congressman McClintock's office, he called last night to make sure we knew the congressman was absolutely on board, and he was going to be doing what he could to help support getting that through. I understand Boxer and Feinstein's office, our senators, have also been supportive. We're trying to get Senator Feinstein in particular to exercise her abilities to push this thing through, because she's on the Senate Appropriations Committee, key role. And then something at the bottom is conduct a study of options for the eventual replacement of the gas tax as the primary means of funding highway and local road construction and maintenance, with the intent to implement as soon as possible, but no later than 2020. The study should include higher priority for allocation of state general revenues towards infrastructure and maintenance. Again, I just sent something to Bev the other day that I know there's a bill winding its way in Congress that's some type of bill related to gas tax at a federal level. It'll be interesting what they come up with, because I don't know that's a good formula, because we're using less gas because of the alternative fuels and so forth. And in the state legislature, my understanding is that they're looking at a different version of vehicle registration to get at that. So those are things that we're going to want to watch and speak into as as they mature and go through the process. So I just wanted to point those out. One question I was going to ask the board: what would be your thoughts if we were to should we try to break this out and have both a state and a federal platform, or meld it, or?
I think you should separate.
Yeah, I think we should separate them. My feeling is.
Okay, some of them really are they're relevant in both worlds, but that doesn't hurt.
That's right.
If you show it in both worlds, because then here's our federal legislators, here's the one you get. State, here's the one you get.
Well, and the priorities might be different too. Forestry, as an example, those general things would be very important at a federal level, because it's federal lands, and maybe not. It might not be it may, but it may not be a priority at state level as well. I don't know, but it may affect the priorities as well. So that's a good reason to break them out.
Okay, so I'll be looking to take some of those key categories that you've mentioned, break them out separately, add some of those species that Supervisor Brennan was talking about, the tort reform Supervisor Rotifer was talking about, put those priority ones up top, and then break state and federal apart, and then bring that back to you at your next meeting.
Okay. Anybody else comment? Public want to comment? Okay, we're going to take no action today, but that will be back on the January 21st agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you. We'll move to item 14, please.
Consideration of increase in the 2014 Community Development Block Grant application amount for the Tuolumne Utilities District Gibbs Ranch Estate Sewage Project, and adding an Amador Tuolumne County Action Agency Housing Stabilization Program.
Good morning. Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. So to our surprise, the State Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program, is going to have the same caps as 2013. They had told us previously and the board had selected projects previously based on the idea that the overall cap would be $1 million. And apparently, they're not going to lower them from 2013, so now it will be $2 million. And so we're coming back to the board to discuss how you could use the remainder of the money.
Okay, just before you go on, I think we have an administrative issue here.
Sure. In the past, I've recused myself in this kind of
Under Government Code Section 87.
87-100 for anything that's related to this, just to be safe, so I'm going to do that again.
Okay. Sorry, just...
Not a problem. So in October, the projects that the board selected were Gibbs Ranch sewer renovation for $863,000, and then a sewer planning grant for Tuolumne City Sanitary District for $100,000. Now, you're allowed to do 3 activities total. And within that, I should mention also that you're only allowed to do 1 public works project. So the individual activity caps are going to be higher. They will be the 2013 amounts, except for the planning grants, which are $100,000, and that hasn't changed. But for the public works project for Gibbs Estate, you can move from that $863,000 up to the maximum, which is $1.5 million. Then the other question would be how you would like to use the remainder of the funds. And our recommendation, based on the requests that you received earlier this year, is that the board allocate funds to the Housing Stabilization Program that's operated by the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency. Now, the selection process for the activities that the board selected in October, the criteria that we used was, is this a serious need, according to the definition by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, which is the funding agency? Does it primarily benefit lower-income people, and is it ready to go? So among the additional activities that had put in requests, we think that housing stabilization is the one that meets those criteria the best. It's currently an operating program in the 2012 Community Development Block Grant Program, and it has a very good track record within that. So CDBG sees this as a serious need. It benefits very low-income people, and as an operating program, they're already ready to go. Now, we do have Beetle Barber here from Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency, and also Eric Johnson from TUD, and they can answer questions about those specific activities if you have any.
Okay. You like to hear from him?
Yeah, I just to give us and the public a rebriefing on what that program actually does would be, I think, beneficial.
Thank you.
That's a good idea.
Good morning. Beetle Barber, Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency, Housing Resources Director. Thank you for consideration of this additional funding. We began housing stabilization services here in Tuolumne County back with the 2012 CDBG, although we've been doing a similar program funded by HUD, directly by HUD, since 2004, actually. What housing stabilization does is prevent people from becoming homeless. And in order to do that, we assess what's going on in that household and what is their risk level. And so we've come up with some actual metrics by which we measure what is going on in the household. I very much want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to do this. For the most part, we've directed these funds for, it's a rental assistance program for seniors and also for working families. In both cases, we're looking for households that actually have the potential of overcoming whatever the financial obstacle was and becoming self-sufficient once we have helped them temporarily. So I want to thank you, and I wish that I could bring those that we've been able to help in the past year here to thank you, but the room would be packed. I mean, we've helped 104 households with rental assistance. We've helped 35 homeowners with foreclosure intervention services, and we've conducted classes on financial management that 225 people have attended. So in all, we'd have about 285 people here for rental assistance, and there wouldn't be room for the rest of us here. My staff, we have a staff of about 6 people, and we are really working hard to keep catastrophes from occurring in people's everyday lives. So thank you.
Any questions of Ms. Barber? Thank you, Beadle. Appreciate what you guys do.
I have one quick
I'm
question,
sorry.
Randy. How many months are they eligible for on the rental assistance?
We have we can make a judgment call with that, and we often do. I mean, we've worked with CDBG staff to explain to them that sometimes a lot of money up front doesn't solve the problem, and so we are allowed to do declining assistance, where we can go in and help with a certain portion the first month and decline it over a period of time so that they don't have sticker shock when the help goes away. But if you look at the numbers, just on rental assistance, we've spent $137,000 since this grant was executed at the beginning of January 2013. And if you divide that by 104 families, then it's about $1,300 per family, which is basically 2 months' rent.
Okay. Supervisor Rutherford, do you have a question?
Actually, not a Beadle, but I do want to thank Beadle for everything that she does, because it's a very important program. I just want to make sure, because there's a lot of stuff on the list of things that are competing. I just want to make sure that I understand. We can put one more item on the list, right, and only one. And then the second question I have is the criteria that is being used by the staff to recommend this is that it is the most competitive. We believe the one that stands the best chance of being approved. Okay. Just because there's interest out there, can you explain maybe what the issue is with the food bank and why they may not be as competitive specifically?
Based on what's been funded since the shift in 2012, public services, a lot less money has gone into public services than had been the case in prior years. Now, housing stabilization actually was funded since that system started. So, you know, that looks like the most competitive of those. You never know from year to year. So, you know, there's a certain amount of gray area in this. But of the public services that had been requested, this looks like the strongest one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I got one more clarification for Ms. Barber. Sorry to get you up and down. Now, you said that the housing stabilization keeps people from becoming homeless.
Correct.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're doing every effort to keep people in homes and in their homes and not lose them. It does not include getting people off the street that are already homeless. Is that correct?
No, we have a separate pot of funding to do that.
Okay, it's a separate program, but not
Yes,
this one.
it is. It's
Okay.
a separate program.
I just wanted to clarify that for the public.
Okay.
So, thank you, Beadle. Okay, any further questions or comments from the board? Look to the public for comments or questions. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a recommendation or a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Brennan. Any final comments from the public? Board? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried 401. Okay, we will move to item 15. If someone would invite Supervisor Royce back, he no longer needs to recuse himself.
Consideration of adopting a resolution in support of the Association of California Water Agencies statewide water action plan in California.
Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. We have, when I say we, your Tuolumne County Water Agency's Water Advisory Committee has recommended that we approve a resolution that supports the Association of California Water Agencies recently released statewide water action plan. This Supervisor Roderfer recently attended a meeting of Aqua, and they would like local agencies to adopt resolutions supporting this rather, I would say, brief but effective water plan. When you compare this to what the states put together, their water plan is several hundred pages, and this one is only 11 pages. This is actually a very good water plan they put together. It has 15 points that they would like to follow, and that will move forward with these water points. So with that, this is, of course, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors resolution. Following this will be the water agency's opportunity to address this water plan.
Okay, Supervisor Roderfer.
Yeah, just real quickly, just not that it would change our minds one way or the other, but I think it's useful for the board to know that Mountain Counties Water Association and most of the local jurisdictions up and down the Sierra foothills that we share a lot of common concerns on water with, most of them are in support of this as well. So I'm certainly in a position to recommend that we approve this.
Just a quick question. Is there a cost associated with this resolution?
No. This
No,
is
sir.
you can freely enter. There is a cost to join Aqua, and I do have that, but that's another issue. But no, this is
All right. Thank you.
free of charge.
Okay, anybody else comment? Let me just weigh in. There are a lot of water plans and schemes, if you will, out there. I believe this is the most balanced, fair plan I have seen, and I think it's incumbent upon us to support that. Most of these plans I see have a myopic view of life and a special interest they're dealing with, and I think this is a broader look at the plan, and it's a lot fairer than anything I've seen. So I support that. Okay, public comment? Okay, the chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the resolution supporting the Association of California Water Agencies statewide water action plan.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Roderfer, a second by Supervisor Brennan. Any final comments from the public, board? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. We're going to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting briefly, and we're going to reconvene as the Tuolumne County Water Agency. And we'll take item 16A, please.
Consideration of adopting a resolution in support of the Association of California Water Agencies statewide water action plan in California.
Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. I'm addressing the Water Agency Board of Directors. This is the exact same plan you just addressed as the Board of Supervisors. We'd encourage you to adopt it as the Water Agency.
Okay, I don't know that we need to repeat all that discussion, so the chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, as your chairman of the Water Policy Committee, I'm happy to move that we pass a resolution in support of the Association of California Water Agencies statewide water action plan.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Roderfer, a second by Supervisor Royce. Any comments from the public? Members of the board? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Item 16B, please.
Consideration of adopting the Tuolumne County Water Agency vision, mission, and 4 water policy pillar document.
Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. This is an effort that, once again, your Water Policy Advisory Committee has put together. I give lots of kudos to Supervisor Roder for putting together some focus to the efforts that the Water Advisory Committee is putting forth to He's put together 4 water policy pillars to assuring access to water, assuring a diversified water portfolio, adequate water storage, and 4 secure, safe, and sustainable infrastructure. Previous year, Board of Supervisors had adopted some tasks that this work program that includes probably 30 or 40 tasks. Well, this document now puts together kind of the base document. What is the mission, the vision, why are we doing these things? And so it tries to provide focus to the water agency's efforts. With that, I'll leave it up to you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Quite frankly, about 3 months into our Water Policy Committee process, I felt like my little terrier chasing his own tail. There's a whole raft of issues and threats, allies, actions, water plans out there, and we had a good work program, but we didn't really have a focus on what we were, I didn't believe on what we were trying to do. So we set about trying to provide some focus. I'm not going to go through this briefing. I know everybody up here on the dais can certainly read it. But there are at least 4, there may be a 5th. Supervisor Brennan and I have had a short, brief discussion earlier. We need to figure out a way to put water quality into this, whether it's part of one or all of the pillars or whether it's a pillar in and of itself. But there's just some basic things that we should be trying to do in this county in terms of assuring our long-range water viability for our citizens, our businesses, our future development. And that's the purpose of this. I do believe that one of the things that the Water Committee ought to be working on our behalf as the directors is trying to get a focused direction on water issues, a common voice within the county between the various water purveyors, the water agency, the various government entities and non-governmental entities. The more we speak with one voice and the more that we have a focused vision on what we're trying to accomplish, I think the more effective we will be. And in being effective with some of our partner agencies such as Mountain Counties Water, Aqua, RCRC, CSAC, and all of those things. So it's just an attempt to try to get started on coming up with a common set of issues and a common dialogue. And what I'm asking for today is just this is like any other plan, okay, any other vision statement. It ought to be a work in progress. I'm just looking for feedback and some kind of a tacit approval that we're in the right direction.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, looked at a lot of this, and Carl, you did, I think, a really good job of laying this stuff out. There's a couple things that I think that we need, to point out that is we're doing this, and I think it's important that we're doing it as a water agency, but we also have to recognize that the county did get out of the water business a number of years ago, and through the archives, I have the resolution that was passed in 1992, where the voters of Tuolumne County voted, 12,000 voters, almost 8,000 voted to reorganize and get the county out of the water business. But having said that, I know it's important for us to be a part of the process to get things straightened out and secure water. The issue with water, I don't want to make it too simple, but in Tuolumne County, it's always been storage. And if we can put that to the forefront, and then I think we can solve our issue. The other thing is it has to do with how do we approach it? I think there was an article, I didn't get to read the whole article this morning in the Modesto Bee, but instead of us doing this piecemeal, going to each agency, what about the idea of just creating a water summit, bringing everybody together, similar to what we did with the fire districts and stuff, get everybody in one room instead of us going to each room. Somebody's got to start it, so we have to be the leaders to start it, I believe. Nobody else seems to be picking up on it. But looking at the work plan, we left one agency out that I'd like to see included in there, and that's the Lake Don Pedro Community Service District. It's a small chunk of Tuolumne County.
Good point.
We should get them in there. And looking at the work plan, we've got lead agencies, partner agencies. I believe this should be all Ps all the way across. We have to have. I don't think we can step on somebody else's responsibility, even though maybe there's a tendency for them to skirt the responsibility. But we need to let people know that we're here as the Tuolumne County Water Agency, in my opinion, to help to move it forward. And looking at the long list of stuff that we got to do, if we can concentrate on how do we get more storage. I didn't bring it with me, but I did do a search on how much water is available. There's about 200 million acre-feet of water that runs into our drainages in California, and there's water rights and permits for 300 million acre-feet. So we're overextended tremendously. We need to capture more water, in my opinion. If we could do that as a water agency, I think it would be great success.
Okay, anybody else comment? You want to comment? Okay, Sherry?
Yeah, and water storage gets at the crux of a lot of the issues that we face in Tuolumne County. This document is a good document to try and get us really focused in on where we can support, because I do agree with you, John. We've said all along we are not in the water business. But when I look at support, and particularly with the 4 kind of pillars that were set forward, we need to include, it's not just water quantity, but water quality, because when we look at what the state board and the regional water quality boards are doing, there is a lot of emphasis put on water quality. And so I would like to consider on that first pillar, because the other 3 pillars kind of support the first one, which was assured water access. And I would suggest that read assured water access, ensuring sustainable water quality and quantity for Tuolumne County. So that we remember that water quality is going to be a function of, we will be looking at the issues that arise out of water quality.
Okay.
I take everybody's comments to heart. They're very, very good comments. And certainly storage is a key solution it could be to virtually all of our issues. One of the things that we've been struggling with on the committee, and actually I have to give kudos to everybody that participates on that committee. I've said it before, but it is a highly motivated committee of volunteers. And they're doing a lot of really good work for us, helping myself and Sherry specifically, and I think the rest of the board informed on what's going on out there in the water community. And it really is an unbelievable effort to do that. So we really do need those people. One of the things that we've been struggling with is the fact that and certainly we don't want to be in the water business in terms of being water purveyors. But competing kinds of things. One is certainly the importance of water and the political aspect to water. And a lot of times, the water purveyors are, can be consumed in running their business and not really see all of the political aspects that are going on out there. The other thing is the interconnectedness of water issues. As we're finding out, one of the best storage systems that we have is groundwater and snowpack are two of the best storage systems we have, is groundwater and snowpack. And groundwater is greatly impacted by forestry management practices and some other things. So one of the values of having the water agency involved in this is being able to address those cross-discipline kinds of issues. The other thing that we struggle with all the time, and we're conscious of it, is the fact that we don't have a budget, and we're not asking for one. We're not really interested in going down there, but we have to be good stewards of the time and effort of the staff and ourselves that we put into this. And all the more reason to try and get a concerted effort throughout the county so we can pool resources and we can take advantage and leverage each other's talents and skills and all of that stuff and our own connectedness. So I think it's important that we do this. And again, I think all the comments that I've heard are very pertinent, and I take them to heart. Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, in thinking this, and we just had an issue that we discussed, the previous item with CBDG, and looking at going forward, I believe storage is the biggest problem, but in order to get to how much storage you need, you also have to identify need, and the utility districts have more information on identifying need than we do, so we obviously need to work with them. But what I'm wondering about as far as funding and helping with the studies to identify the need for the storage or whatever, is that if we could do CBDG funding to have a source, if we could look into that might be, because we don't have enough staff to do all the work, obviously, so it's going to have to go outside. And maybe, if one of the utility districts will take up the challenge to provide the mechanism that we could give them the funding through CBDG to get the work done. Just a thought.
And not just CBDG, but some of the ERWIMP available grants, and there's all kinds of avenues to go on.
Okay. Action, do you want us to, with the comments, do you want us to approve? Do you want us to give you time to go back and...
I don't know that we need a formal approval. I'll defer to staff on that. I'm still kind of learning my way on some of this stuff. But I just want to make sure that we're on the right path, that those 4 pillars do make sense, and I take very, and we recognize it as well prior to the comments, but I take John's comment about storage being one of the linchpins of it. Certainly that's a key. I don't think that the other ones pale completely, but I do take that that's an area that we need to go. That also, by the way, is one of the more expensive near-term solutions, both in time and money. But again, it is a solution that's very important to us.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I was just reading the agenda item, and I think it says consideration of adopting the Tuolumne County Water Agency Vision, Mission, and 4 Water Policy Pillars document. I don't think that doesn't, certainly it will be evolving and changing, but when we're ready, I would be prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
In discussion, I would like to see something in here to say that this is what we're approving today, but it is flexible and can change with time, and put something that into the motion. I would be.
We can do that, right?
Well, I think we can. It says we'll approve the document. What you could is adopt the policy pillars and the mission and vision statement, and the rest is just a document. But
okay.
You could adopt those principles.
Okay. Any other members of the board want to comment? I'll ask the public if they'd like to comment. I see none, so I'm going to come back and offer you the opportunity to make the motion, Supervisor.
Yeah, and so I would move that we adopt the Water Agency Vision, Mission, and Water Policy Pillars, incorporating the changes that, so I think it was Pillar 1.
Yeah.
And were there any other, do we need to identify now that, I want to address John's concern?
Flexibility?
Yes. Or is that?
Yeah, I would second the motion if the motion included a recognition that what we're adopting today is a work in progress and that it's going to evolve over time.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's
So
the
I've got a
motion.
motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Rotifer. Do you understand the motion? Okay. With that, I'll take final comments from the public. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Carried unanimously. I want to say this is a really big deal. This came through, and I want to thank Supervisor Rotifer and Supervisor Brennan for their hard work, and the committee, all those people that worked on this. Having a water policy, if you will, or a water direction mission is a big deal. We didn't have that before.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask, is the board also endorsing the notion of the summit with all the agencies at once versus the meetings? Because that's just something that would take some planning.
Well, we're going to leave that to the Water Committee
Okay.
for now. It's a good idea.
I think it's in my opinion, it's the only way to go. I can't see how you can go to each little place and come up with anything that's going
Yeah,
to be
with-
significant.
with-
You have to have cross discussion.
Yeah, I agree. With the exception of Lake Don Pedro, which, quite frankly, I'm glad you brought that up because that had slipped my mind, and I apologize
We'll
to the
just-
folks in Lake Don Pedro.
We'll just
But-
bring him in.
But every one of the agencies has been invited to participate on our water committee, so it is a far-reaching committee. If we want to, for instance, bring in all the boards of directors and everything for those, then I think we need to make that clear to the staff, but I don't know that that's necessary.
Well, here's the issue. You have certain people that come to your meetings, but is it sanctioned by the board of those particular agencies? Are they speaking for the board, or are they speaking for themselves? So I think if you just have one of those collective meetings, you'll get
Okay.
an understanding
Okay.
of what.
I'm okay with it.
We're going to leave it to the Water Committee and move forward. Good point. Okay. We're going to adjourn as the Tuolumne County Water Agency and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County. I'm going to take item 17, then we're going to take a 10-minute break, and when we return, it will be 10:30. And we will take our 10:30 appointment at that time. Item 17 should not take long, I believe. Would you read item 17?
Mr. Chair.
Consideration of reviewing the emergency action regarding the Ackerson Creek crossing replacement and determining whether or not there is a need to continue the action.
Yeah, I get an early break once again due to Government Code Section 87-100. I'm going to recuse myself because I have done work with the contractor who is doing this work, so I have a business relationship. Thank you.
An early break for Supervisor. Long break. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. On November 12th of 2013, your board, pursuant to Public Contract Code Section 22050, made a determination that the devastation from the rim fire and its imminent winter weather constituted a sudden and unexpected occurrence that proposed an imminent danger requiring you to take immediate action to replace the culverts at the Ackerson Creek crossing under Evergreen Road. On November 12th, your board also authorized the county administrator to execute contracts for that project. On November 22nd, County Administrator Craig Pedro executed a contract with Sierra Mountain to construct the Ackerson Creek Crossing Replacement Project, and a notice of proceed for that project was issued on November 25th. Construction on the project began on December 9th, and we had originally estimated that the project would be completed on January 14th. However, we are ahead of schedule, primarily because of the very mild winter that we are having. And because of that, even though your agenda package recommends that you continue your emergency action, in consultation with County Council, we've determined that today you could vote that the emergency action is no longer needed due to the fact that the project is almost completed with one exception, and that's the paving of the road. And so I would ask when you do make your action today, take your action, is that you would vote to determine that the emergency action is no longer needed. At this time, Supervising Engineer Tanya Allen is going to give you, present a few pictures of the activities that have taken place out there, and so that you can see what a difference some new culverts make.
Good morning. I'm Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer of the CRA. And just kind of going forward, a quick run view. Wish I could look at the same time. As Bev mentioned, we started construction on December 9th. Staff had reviewed all submittals from the contractor. That includes looking at their concrete, their guardrail, their proposed aggregate base, all the requirements in accordance with the contract. And then that, as you see coming forward, we installed the detour on December 13th. What you're looking at here is the excavation of the box culvert in the wall footing, and that is the head wall footing. On December 15th, we formed up the footings. This is erecting the steel that goes into the head walls as well as the footing for the head walls. Here we are placing the concrete for the footings. This is December 17th. And on December 18th, we stayed on schedule in accordance with the contractor schedule at delivering the box culverts and setting the box culverts. Then after the box culverts were set, we formed up the wing walls. I skipped. So this is just kind of identifying around the box culvert. They're forming up the walls. There's a parapet and a grade beam at the openings of the box culverts. And as you can see, our detour worked well. The truck on the left-hand side was easy to pass with no problem. This kind of just shows the intricate detail work with the carpenters to be able to form the parapet or the chamfer on the parapet. He has to hand set all those nails. And there it is after we've pulled the forms. They poured on December 24th, and they pulled the forms on December 29th. Here we are backfilling against the box culverts and the wing walls. And this just kind of gives you a view of standing upstream. On January 6th, you have a large opening in which water can passage, but before in September of 2008, we just had the low dip and the 3 culverts. And then as the roadway heading towards Evergreen Lodge and Hetch Hetchy, you see the area, there's no longer that dip that goes through. So the roadway has been elevated. And that's really it.
Okay, any questions, comments?
Just a comment, I did make my way up there, and I'm sorry I was late getting you the pictures, but I sent them to Duke.
You missed the photo op?
No, I took pictures, but I was late getting them to Duke, so that was part of the presentation. But look at like a really clean job. I mean, there was no mess. Everybody up at Evergreen was happy. it seemed like it was going pretty smooth.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? Any public comment? Okay, the motion you want is,
The motion is to determine that the emergency action that you took on November 12th is no longer needed.
okay.
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Gray,
Second.
second by Supervisor Rotifer. By the way, Miss Allen, I want to say, I think it was very, very nice of you to turn off the water so you could get this done in an expedient fashion. But you can turn it on again
Okay.
as soon as you get
I'll
it
do that
paved. Okay. And with that, any final comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. We're going to take a brief break. We won't even allow 10 minutes, but when we return, it will be 10:30, and we'll hear of our 10:30 appointments. Okay, I'd ask everybody to find their seats. I'd ask those members of the dais who aren't here right at the moment to be here, because it is 10:30 in Tuolumne County on January 7th, and we'd like to take our 10:30 appointments. So I'd ask the clerk to read the first of the 10:30 appointments.
Public hearing to consider SDS Ventures revisions to conditions of approval for vesting tentative subdivision map.
Who you presenting?
Yes.
Okay.
Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl, I'm here to present the revisions to the conditions of approval for the Red Tail Ridge subdivision map. These are related to the settlement agreement that your board approved in January of 2013. The revisions, as required by that subdivision map, include conversion of High Meadow Drive from what was going to be a minor collector road to a local road. We termed this the Duke solution. Deputy Director Duke York came up with a solution that was very helpful in settling this particular CEQA litigation. A pedestrian improvement through the Quail Ridge Ranch subdivision, which is the subdivision below this development, and also discussing the maintenance responsibility for High Meadow Drive from Lionsbald Mountain Road through Kabazu Road. In addition to the changes required by the settlement agreement, I also made revisions to update some of the terminology. We had the Community Development Department change that to the Community Resources Agency and the like. So this is a public hearing before your board to approve these revised conditions. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Before I open the public hearing, I'd like to hear if there's any questions from the board. So any members of the board have questions?
Excuse me, we're just addressing the changes, we're not addressing the whole project, is that correct?
Correct, and this is to implement the settlement agreement that was approved last year.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, we will open the public hearing at this point and ask if there's anybody who would like to speak in favor of the project. Anybody want to speak opposed to the project? Anybody? Oh.
All right, not exactly opposed, but I imagine
Well,
there's
I was just going to ask if anybody just wanted to speak.
Yeah.
So you can fit in the third category.
Thank you. Stephanie Seuss, I'm a resident of Quail Ridge Ranches. We were not a part of the lawsuit. Not everyone in the subdivision was a part of the lawsuit. I understand the settlement agreement is going through. I appreciate that to be the case. I understand that we can only talk briefly about these items that are addressed in the settlement agreement, but I would ask for a little latitude just to bring up, thank you. 3 items. I'd like to know specifically what a traffic calming device is. I know there was a lot of discussion that they didn't want to gate at the end of High Meadow Drive between the 2 subdivisions. So That's
Duke,
question
can you
number one.
answer that question? I think it'd be good for the public to hear that. What is a traffic calming device?
Duke York, Deputy Director in charge of the Roads Division. There are several types of traffic calming devices. What I understand that the applicant is proposing is to put a, not a gate, because it can't gate a public road, but a top bar over that opening, and to create a narrowing and a landscaped entrance right at that transition between the two subdivisions, so that it would slow people down, because the perception is that the road gets narrower and therefore people tend to slow down. So that is a form of traffic calming device. There are many others, but you can't gate, the public road. So there are things called chicane. There's a whole variety, but that's the one that I believe that the applicant is proposing. I haven't actually seen it yet.
Will there be an opportunity for review of this for the rest of?
Who will pass on
Thank you.
approval of the traffic calming device implementation?
In this particular circumstance, because that's not a county-maintained road, High Meadow, it's privately maintained, we would certainly review the improvement plans, but when we receive those plans, I would gladly get them to the homeowners group so they can look at that proposed traffic calming device.
Thank you. One of the other conditions has to do with public pathways, a 5-foot sidewalk, and maybe I'm just misreading it. It says on either side of the roadway. Does that mean both sides?
I would be glad to do that.
Please.
The requirement is that they provide a walkway on a side of the road, and because of the terrain, they might have to do part of it on one side and part of it on another, or they might have to shift the road, but the walkway requirement is only required to be on one side of the road, and to provide a route of travel from the new subdivision down to Kabazu.
At what time might we know which side of the road?
Same answer as number one. When I get the improvement plans, I will know. When we originally looked at it, I want to say that's Coyote, or there's a road that's partway
There's
up there.
Coyote Court.
They were pretty much leaning towards that side of the road, the east side of the road, from there down, but it's the piece from there up that was a little more challenging.
Okay, my side of the road. Just checking. I would ask, if possible, before, when they were looking at making High Meadow Drive a minor collector road, there is a condition to put a street light at the intersection of High Meadow and Kabazu Road. Our subdivision is 5-acre parcels. There is no other street light in our subdivision, nor is there a street light that is basically on Kabazu Road from Greenlee Road up, past social services, past Skyline, past residential. I would just ask if there's any consideration to at least remove the idea of having a street light on that corner. We're kind of a rural residential area.
Mr. York, I think you answered that again, right?
Yeah. That was one of the conditions that was on the original map and really didn't change as part of the settlement agreement. But typically what we do is we only put streetlights at intersection points, which obviously Kabazu and High Meadow is an intersection point. And because this road would now serve as a through road, that is one of the more obvious places where a streetlight would be needed. In terms of the conditions of approval on those streetlights, I believe they opted to phase that until the very end because the power wouldn't be there.
I believe. I think it's after 10 lots.
Yes. And and that has to do with getting power to it, really. In terms of the conditions of approval, currently, it does call for a street light there. It is the intersection of a through road with a minor collector road, and I realize that there aren't streetlights up there, but there is also a requirement at the other end of putting a streetlight at the intersection of Lions Ball Mountain Road and the through road. And again, that requirement is based on you got an intersection, you want to be able to see it at night. So it's up to the board. That is one of the original conditions of approval. I don't know the number on it. Number 7. It's condition of approval number 7.
Okay.
And then my last comment is just a general comment. I am not here, obviously, to lecture or say anything that you all have, aren't intimately aware with regards to fire and water in this county. We are all on wells. The subdivision is proposed to be on wells. There is condition of approval for fire protection that asks that all these residences be sprinklered. To sprinkler these houses, the assumption is that they will have static pressure, guaranteed source of water, which also will be a well. You've heard, I think, before this coming through that many of our wells are about 800 feet. Mine's 850. A couple of the others are 900 feet. I think not just this project, but going forward, when we're looking at developing these projects, there's got to be a little more coordination, perhaps with TUD, with some of these infill. I mean, this has been called an infill site for a long time. It's not an urban infill site. I get that in any other normal circumstances, a 10-acre parcel absolutely would be served by a well. But now we're adding this fire protection is based on this subdivision on a well on these homes. The subdivision does kind of go adjacent to Scenic Brook. I have sewer at my house on the corner of Kabizu and High Meadow. When TUD did their intertie project coming down Big Hill, they ran about 7,200 lineal feet of pipe for about $750,000. I was just involved with a project where we ran about 3,200 feet of pipe, and that was about $400,000. There's ways in which there's zones of benefit where homeowners can get together, where the district can get together, that you can really make some sustainable achievements in protection in this community. To put a sprinkler in a house these days, $25,000, $30,000. To pump a well, drill a well, 800, 900 feet, probably similar. So you're looking at that type of cost alone, $60,000. $60,000 times 30, that's a pretty good start in trying to really create some sustainable fire protection, water protection for that area, for any area in this county. Do I know for a fact whether TUD could even issue a will serve letter right at this point? No. But this is not going away. You know where we are. You know what we're heading to, what we're faced with this year. So I just kind of wanted to food for thought. And would you please get rid of the light in front of my house? Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else from the public want to speak on the neutral position? Okay, with that, since there was nobody in favor and nobody against, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for consideration and what we're going to do.
I want to ask a question on, can we address that light at this time?
Yes, you can. You could delete that requirement from condition 7 because High Meadow Drive will not be a minor collector as originally proposed.
Okay, I would like to make that motion.
Second.
Just to remove the light, that's all you're talking about, okay? Any further comment from the board? Okay. I'll ask the question. All those in favor of removing the light from the board, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay.
To the main question, I do have a couple of questions based on Ms. Sousa's comments. There seem to be several things that will be approved by the staff going forward that are pending. Those decisions are pending based on receipt of some plans or whatever. Can you explain to me what the public process to be involved in those decisions is, since it's not going to come back to the board?
The improvement plans, as you pointed out, is not necessarily a public process. We do it as a courtesy. We would notify the folks up there in the homeowners association of what is being proposed. Those are grading and road improvement plans. In terms of having a hearing, they always have the ability to appeal the grading permit to the board. But the current process is that all engineered plans are reviewed internally by staff. I'm willing to take input from the homeowners, but I do have to make sure that they meet standards, Caltrans standards, and that sort of thing. So we can't create a traffic calming device that doesn't meet standards.
I understand that, but I think that since we're not really sure what the nature of that traffic calming device is going to be at this point, it would be nice if the residents up there had an opportunity to express their concerns, if they have any, prior to a decision being basically dumped on them.
I would certainly show it to them, get their input.
Okay.
I've even gone to their homeowners association meeting to present it, so I can do that prior to issuing the permits, but it's...
Okay. I'm not questioning the thoroughness of the staff. I just want to make sure that since Ms. Seuss had some specific questions that we couldn't specifically answer, that there would be a process that they could address those things with the staff prior to a decision being made.
Okay. Any further comments? Ms. Shane, I assume the recommendation still holds now on page 2, and that's the motion you would like. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I'd like to move on the revised conditions of the approval for vesting tentative subdivision map T06-062 based on A through E, A, B, C, D, and E.
Okay. Second to that?
I will second.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Gray. Any final comments from the board? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. It's still 10:30, even though the clock is not right. And we'll move to our 10:30 item 2.
Public hearing to consider Gardella Resources Exploration and Drilling, special ordinance amending section 170602 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and revisions of condition number 37 of the conditional use permit.
Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl. The Cooperstown Quarry is a quarry project proposed by Jack and Tricia Gardella and Resource Exploration and Drilling, and it's located in southwest Tuolumne County, adjacent to Stanislaus County. Your board approved this project in 2011. We had 2 lawsuits filed on this case, and the lawsuits were settled with a settlement agreement approved by your board in 2012. As part of that settlement agreement, your board needs to take 2 actions. The first is to revise condition 37 of the conditional use permit to reflect additional restrictions on nighttime activities. The second part of the settlement agreement is with regard to additional open space zoning. When the Planning Commission reviewed this project, they had recommended an additional 36.6 acres of the project to be zoned open space. Your board decided not to follow that recommendation. As part of the settlement agreement, the developers did agree to that additional zoning. So that is what is before you today. The developer is asking you to zone that 36.6 acres to open space.
Okay, questions from the board first, and then we'll open the public hearing. No questions. Okay, so we'll open the public hearing. All those in favor that might want to speak in favor of this project, would you come forth?
Good morning, John Buckley, Central Sierra Environmental Research Center. I'm supportive of the proposal before you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody who wishes to speak in opposition? Anybody just want to say something? Okay, given that, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Is this your district?
No, it's mine.
It's yours?
I believe it is.
I believe it is in my district, but it could be in yours. It's,
I believe J59 is the border.
fine line there.
You guys want to arm wrestle?
No.
He's got enough territory as it is.
I know he's the
Anyway.
land baron.
Just a procedural question. Can I make a motion that covers both recommendations 1 and 2 simultaneously?
Yes.
Okay. Then, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to move that we approve the proposed zone change based on the following findings, A through E, and amend condition 37 of the conditional use permit 08-015 parent, foreclosed parent, based on the following findings, A through D.
Okay, is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. Any final comments from the board? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. I hope we never see that again. Okay, let me see. It is 11 o'clock in Tuolumne County, so we'll hear our 11 o'clock appointment.
This is a presentation and update on activities of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy.
Good morning, and thank you for being here.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. I'm Jim Branham, the Executive Officer of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, and happy to be here with you this morning. I want to introduce a couple of staff folks here. Brandon Sanders has been our area representative for Tuolumne County for a number of years. Has done a lot of good work on a lot of projects. Brandon is having a bit of a change of assignment, so Mandy Vance, who is back here, will be taking over for Brandon. Mandy is based in our Mariposa office, and she will be the area representative going forward. We had scheduled this visit with you as one of the 22 counties that make up the Sierra Nevada region. You're our 22nd. We had a few challenges getting on your agenda, but saved the best for last, I suppose. And the reason we did that is we had come to nearing the end of our Proposition 84 grant program. The Conservancy received approximately $50 million in Proposition 84 dollars to award in the form of grants throughout the Sierra Nevada region. With our end of our last fiscal year, we had pretty much completed that program, still have a little bit left, but felt it was a good time to come back out, visit with each county. I think you all know that we have 6 county supervisors that sit on our board at any given time. Supervisors Maffei and Pland both served a year on our board previously. Supervisor Brennan is our current liaison, so we have a very close working relationship with counties and wanted to take this opportunity to come back in a more formal way, kind of talk about what we've been up to since we were created. Conservancy has a very broad mission, as I think you're aware of, that is really about improving the environmental, economic, and social well-being of our region in a complementary fashion. The region covers a quarter of California, 25 million acres, and as you well know, an area that has a lot of challenges from an economic standpoint and from a natural resources standpoint. So we've been carrying out the program that we were authorized to carry out by the legislature since really 2005, and the Prop 84 program has been a major part of that. So the first slide indicates that in Tuolumne County we've had 11 projects for almost $1 million that have been awarded over these last few years. The program, go ahead, Brandon. A couple of examples: the Rada Ranch conservation easement and the Phoenix Lake preservation and restoration plan. It gives you, I think, a little bit of a feel of the diversity of projects that we've been able to fund in this county. There are the list of 8 recipients that have received funding under Prop 84, RCDs, Fire Safe Council, Land Trust, TUD, et cetera. It's been a nice mix of projects in this county that we've been able to fund what we think are very worthwhile projects. Property 4 really is kind of this broad, well, it is somewhat limiting to our mission. It was a fairly broad opportunity to fund projects that have some contribution to restoring or preserving watershed health in the broadest of sense. Because our mission includes a co-equal objective of economic benefit, we've really tried to be cognizant of that as we've looked at grant opportunities and have tried to marry those opportunities as much as we can in our various grants and our program throughout. So the grant program has certainly been kind of the centerpiece of our ability to really support good work here in the region and in this county. And as I say, I think the presence of having 6 of the 13 voting members being county supervisors at any given time on our board has been really helpful to try to understand the needs of communities. And we are a state agency that likes to think of ourselves as a local agency. We really value those local relationships and have really been guided by the principle that the folks who live and work and recreate in these communities know a lot more about their communities than we ever will. So we really try to take that local knowledge and marry it to our program, and we feel like we've been successful, and particularly successful here in Tuolumne County. We've done a number of other things that are kind of region-wide that I want to talk about that have obviously played out across all of the counties, but are particularly interesting, I think, in Tuolumne County given the events of the unfortunate events of last year. Our Sierra Nevada Forest and Community Initiative is something that we put together now about 3 years ago, and what it really represented was the work we were doing out in the region, the consistent theme that we heard about the challenges we face from a natural resources perspective, from a forest management perspective, and the relationship that those challenges have to community prosperity and sustainability. And community after community in the Sierra Nevada, you're actually one of the communities that still has a fair amount of the wood infrastructure left, but many of the communities in Sierra Nevada had mills once upon a time. Those mills are gone. The amount of activity occurring in the forested lands has steadily been reduced, and so the combination really has created some severe economic difficulties, and at the same time, opportunities really to look at how do we again marry those things up. So we pulled together an initiative. All 22 counties, including yours, endorsed the initiative, which we're appreciative of, to try to find that common ground, to try to bring the environmental community, the business community, local government, and other stakeholders together. And rather than spending all our time on the things that we disagree on, how do we find some areas that we can reach agreement on? And I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. And we knew from the beginning that not everybody was going to fit within the bookends that we'd kind of established, that we really do have the co-equal principles of restoring our forest to ecological health and doing it in a way that benefits our local communities. Not everybody signed up, but we have a lot of room, I think, around the consensus that's been created. So we've really been focusing at a regional level at trying to identify policy issues, investment opportunities, and so on, working closely with the Forest Service that we can move the ball forward. At the same time, we've had a lot of involvement at a local level in the collaborative work that's being done. Both Brandon and Mandy have been heavily involved in collaboratives that have arisen in places like the Blue Mountain communities of Calaveras County, here in Stanislaus County with the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions, further south, and really all through the region. And that's the same concept: bring people together locally, often who've been fighting for a long time on these issues, and see if we can find the common ground. And probably doesn't surprise you, but we've really found that there's a lot more common ground than people might have thought. And we've made, I think, a lot of progress towards consensus. And the rim fire has driven home, I think, hopefully for everyone, but for most folks, the fact that when you have events like that, whether your concerns about the critters or about water quality or air quality or the timber industry or the communities, nobody benefits from events like this. And I think we felt like we had gotten to that place, and this has really kind of driven that point home. So what we call SNFC, we are a state agency, so we have to have acronyms that don't make a lot of sense, but the Sierra Nevada Forest and Community Initiative has been a major part of our work over the last couple of years. Mandy is playing the role in really coordinating that. Brandon has been instrumental in the Amador Calaveras Consensus Group that is one of the efforts that's been very successful there. And I'm going to come back to the forestry issues just at the end here, but I wanted to mention this has been something that we've identified as an important initiative and have spent a lot of time on. Another thing we've done is develop the Sierra Nevada Geotourism Project. It's a joint project with National Geographic Society and the Sierra Business Council to create a geotourism project for the region. You all have maps, I believe, in the packet that were handed out, which are our geotourism maps. And the map really becomes kind of a, if you will, an appetizer to go to the website because it is interactive and is constantly changing. The maps obviously were printed at a point in time. But this is really an effort to find those opportunities, tourism opportunities in communities that are more or less unique to the place. It's the geo-based, and so what are those things that folks can experience in the Sierra Nevada that may not be replicable in other places? And it's been a wonderful project. It was developed by the ground up. We created local geo councils to make nominations, to identify locale or destination spots within each of the counties. We have 135 active destinations in Tuolumne County. And that can be from restaurants to agritourism opportunities, you name it. And it's been, I think, a great project. When National Geographic approached us about doing it, we were excited. They've got a fair amount of cachet, as you might say, and I think it's been a great project of developing this. And we're getting a lot of, a tremendous increase in visitorship to the website. We've got the phone apps and so on. And I think it really gives people yet another opportunity for tourism. I'm aware that the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau, I guess is the actual name, just received some money from a $250,000 grant to help promote tourism in light of the rim fire. And I want to let you know the folks that are working on our geotourism project will be talking with the folks here locally about ways we might highlight Tuolumne and Mariposa County opportunities in the coming months to kind of help with that effort to bring people back to the county. We know that the rim fire had a tremendous impact on the local businesses that are dependent upon that. Another project that has been a region-wide project that has been, I think, a great success for us is the Great Sierra River Cleanup. It's been an annual effort to get people out into the watersheds to remove the trash that people decide to leave behind in these watersheds. Unfortunately, we never seem to run out of that trash. We go to the same places each year, but it's a really positive event. We've had great volunteerism. It's the largest single-day volunteer event in the Sierra Nevada, and it's really been a great project to build on a lot of those local watershed groups who are already doing cleanups, and we tried to come in and support that and expand that, and we've grown the number of places that are doing that. Our real goal in the next few years is to begin to connect those urban areas that get the water from our watersheds with that particular effort, and really, as we said, send them a "you're welcome" letter, saying, guess what we just did in your watershed? We went out and cleaned up a bunch of trash and took it out of the watershed, and we hope you appreciate in places like San Francisco and the East Bay and others who get their water from these watersheds that we're out here being good stewards and taking care of these watersheds and really using it as a way to connect with those folks. So those are some of the things we've been up to that we think have, we hope you view as positive contributions to your county and your communities. And I do want to talk about something. I guess there was somewhat fortuitous that it took us a while to get on your agenda because unfortunately the rim fire occurred, and last month in Jackson, our board, Supervisor Brennan was there, allocated $1 million of our remaining about $3.5 million of Proposition 84 funds for rim fire restoration projects. And it's probably not a lot of money in the scheme of the full effort that's going on in the rim fire, but it was a big chunk of what we had remaining, and we felt it was important that the Conservancy did what we could do to help deal with the restoration efforts that are going on the rim fire. So we are in the process of kind of developing an approach for what those projects will be. We will be back in town on January 17th to meet with the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions Group, the collaborative that had made a lot of progress at finding consensus in that area, but unfortunately the rim fire has changed that landscape dramatically. So we want to work with that group to figure out how to identify projects. Supervisor Brennan has been in communication with us and shared some of her thoughts about where we might be able to best utilize that $1 million to kind of do projects that are important. We'll work closely with the Forest Service. We think we can move pretty quickly to get our money on the ground, so we're going to look for those opportunities that are going to be available soon. We, of course, had assumed that a lot of the work couldn't happen until next spring, but if this drought continues, we may be seeing work out there sooner than we had thought, again, unfortunately. But it's our intent to work really closely with the local collaborative, with you, the county, who I know are a part of the collaborative, with the Forest Service to really identify those projects. The other thing we've done that hopefully will bear fruit is we've been in contact with a number of other state agency partners and some nonprofits. We'd love to grow our million into multiples of 2 or 3, or at least. So the Wildlife Conservation Board, the California Conservation Corps, Department of Parks and Rec, OHV program, National Forest Foundation, are all entities that are interested in helping with this effort. So they're going to be at the meeting on the 17th with us to try to hear about project ideas, and hopefully we can marry up a number of projects that need to be done out there. And so, as I say, we can leverage the funds that we've dedicated for that purpose. And we look forward to that process and welcome the county's involvement as we decide what to do with that. I added a slide to this presentation that was specific to Tuolumne County, because this is a slide that we have been using I've been using in my presentations for a variety of ways for a number of years now. And then you'll see the picture is close to home here from Tuolumne County. But it's really our effort is we've been trying to educate policymakers, decision makers, the media, and others as to the relationship of our region to the rest of California, and to make the point this is California's primary watershed. And taking care of it is important. Investing in it is important. And as it turned out, this slide became, I don't know if I would use the word prophetic, but unfortunately a predictor of kind of the future, that when these major events like the Rim Fire do happen, the impacts are felt far beyond the local area. And you all well know, I've talked to Supervisor Henveld about the fact that San Francisco was the first place we got a state of emergency declared in the state when this event occurred. And that should drive home the point, as well as it can be, as to what that relationship is, as well as can be made. It's still an uphill battle. We still fight to make sure that people understand that the Delta is not the source of California's drinking water. It is an important part of California's water picture, but it gets its water from somewhere else. And we're hearing that today there was a story in the Sacramento Bee about the outflows being cut back dramatically out of Folsom Dam. We are in a severe drought, and it could become a really much more severe drought if we get through this winter, as it looks like we are going to. We have to look for silver linings in horrible events like the Rim Fire, and I'm hoping that it's one of those events that will stay on people's mind and will help us win the battle in terms of people understanding that relationship, affect decision makers and policy makers and folks who make decisions about investment. That when you're looking at something like a water bond, if you're doing something that is to comprehensively address California's water picture, you've got to take into account the watersheds. You've got to really think about it holistically. And as simple as that may sound for those of us that work in this region, it's not generally understood and accepted. So we continue to work with a wide range of partners, RCRC, Mountain County Water Association, the conservation community that understand the need to really make the case that you have to both invest in these watersheds, and we have to look at policy. We're working currently with the Forest Service. I think a number of you are aware there's been an effort by the current regional forester, Randy Moore, to increase pace and scale. He's talked, I think, rather boldly about increasing pace and scale, but we're not of restoration of the forest, but we're not making the progress we need to make. So we have, through our SNFC group, are going to be bringing a series of issues that we think are critical to be addressed. Some of them are policy issues, like dealing with the way we regulate air quality in this state. Understandably, when you have an event like the Rim Fire, the air quality folks don't count that. It happened, and we don't count it against any of the standards we're trying to meet. We need to be having conversations about how can we treat prescribed fire in a similar way so that we can avoid these kind of events, and how do we get that fire back into the mix on the landscape in a positive way and not in the way we just saw. And if you look at the emissions from the Rim Fire, there's a Rim Fire fact sheet in your handout, both in terms of air quality and in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. it blows, it just blows numbers off the chart compared to many of the other activities that are going on that the state is spending a lot of time and energy and resources trying to regulate. So we really are trying to use the messages from the rimfire to really, again, try to move the ball forward in that policy discussion. We welcome support of any of you. I know Supervisor Hanfeld in particular is active with RCRC, and I think continuing to work with those organizations to take advantage of the opportunity that exists. The window closes pretty quickly, and we are really trying to make sure that this fire is one that does result in positive change. That'll be a big part of what we're doing. One of the things Brandon is doing for us in changing his responsibilities is really working more in Sacramento and helping us continue to do meetings. We've got a series of meetings tomorrow with urban area legislators just to go in and continue to talk about these issues and try to move that discussion forward. So we will be, obviously, the kind of what the future holds for us in the short term. We'll do the work on the rimfire recovery that we talked about. We'll finish up our Prop 84 awarding of grants. We'll manage those that are out there and are going to continue. The future is uncertain for us in terms of bond funding, as I pointed out. The water bond, which is kind of the game in town, who knows where that's going to go and whether there's going to be, in fact, money spent in the watersheds. We hope there are. That's going to be a big part of our focus in the coming months. And we'll continue, of course, to do those regional initiatives and the other work that we do that isn't dependent on bond funding. But, we're really looking forward on building on the investment we've made in this region. We like to think we've made a positive contribution, and we really wanted to get out and talk to you all face-to-face and appreciate this opportunity this morning. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or have any comments.
Well, before I let my colleagues come in, I would like to come. I want to say thank you for being here.
Sure.
I think it's really important that we continue the dialogue. You're a very important part of what happens here. And I want to say you were almost apologetic about $1 million not being enough. If you find more, we're more than happy to have that. But it's a big deal. Sure. It's a really big deal.
Well, we appreciate it.
And we appreciate what you do. And I hope that other people will take a look at the example you set in looking at where the need is for rimfire recovery and continue to support that. There is a lot of, I'm preaching to the choir here, I know, choir director, that a lot of damage out there, and I just don't see a complete solution that would restore our forest to what I'll call the ideal forest. Yeah. But every little bit helps, and there's a lot of things that won't be funded. So we really appreciate the $1 million. We appreciate everything that you do, and we hope we can leverage that to even more. And as I tell people, my concern is there's a near-term program the Forest Service has in place. I'm worried about 3 years down the road when there's no longer any salvage value left to put back into it, and how do we continue there? And it's going to be things like this that help us do that. And then beyond that, for complete restoration, nature will take care of some of it, but we got to do the right thing. And your comment about making the forest, and I hear it from the Forest Service too, a resilient forest where you can't put fire back on the landscape, takes a lot of work, because obviously fire on the landscape was not a good thing based on the condition of our forest. That's why we had rimfire. Yeah. And a lot of the forests in California are in that condition, and so it's a huge job, and we need to take a new look at how we do things. So I really want to say thank you again for being here and for doing that, and I'll ask my friends,
thank you,
colleagues.
The advantage of being chairman is he can talk whenever he wants. The rest of us have to get in line. So he's covered the majority of the things that.
One of my last opportunities, Supervisor Gray.
He covered a number of the things that I would want to mention, but I think the point of the collaborative effort is the one that we really need to continue to work on. So thank you for your work.
You bet. Thank you.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, again, I'd like to thank you for coming. Very good stuff. And echo everything that John and Randy have said. I'd I'd also like to make sure that you take that slide that says the delta is not the source everywhere you go. Okay? Thank you very much.
I do. I testified at a legislative water hearing in Reading, and one of the members there was a represented part of the Delta, and I said in my comments, I want to apologize in advance because I'm going to pick on the Delta a little bit, and I said that and had that slide, and I could see her over there. She was sitting next to Assemblyman Dowley, who represents the area, and I could hear her saying, "I never say that." So she came up afterwards and said to me, "I never say that. I'm really careful about that." And I said, "Well, good. We'll pass that on because we hear it enough, and it gets tiring to hear." But it's a really important message. I mean, it's more than just saying it. It is really important to understand how that works, and that the system is such that I've a few times said if it weren't for the Sierra Nevada, the Delta would be nothing but a bunch of salt marshes with stuff blowing around, which is probably a little bit of an overstatement, but that relationship is really important for people to understand.
And the relationship between the forests and our water,
Yep.
very, very important.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I would echo the comments of my colleagues and just say that I look forward to the meeting on the 17th and the discussion on how to best spend those dollars.
Yeah. We suspect there will be no shortage of ideas of how to do that.
I suspect so.
That's good.
Well, when you put money out there, and there is a lot, so it's easy to oversubscribe, shall I say.
Exactly.
Okay, any other members of the board? I ask the public if they'd like to make any comment on this subject.
Thank you, Board Member.
I do have somebody there might make a comment you might have to respond to.
Very quickly, John Buckley again, CSERC. I just don't want him to have glossed over something that is important. As Sherry and some of the others know, the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions Collaborative really only has been successful in part because Brandon, for a key period of time, was making sure that things were organized, implemented, coordinating with the Forest Service, getting all the folks invited, organizing meetings and things. So because the Conservancy, we've had this, I think it's 4 years now or whatever, 3 or 4 years of collaborative work that positions us to better ask not just for funding from a grant, but also for other sources as well. So he shouldn't, I know he was being brief, but he didn't want to perhaps go without at least being acknowledged for that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, John. One other comment, I know on the list was the 108 Fire Safe Council, and the work they do is really important. I think they're not as well known for what they do as they should be and how important they are. And I might add the SWIFT organization on the 120 side. That's really important, and that you support those, help fund those things, I think is important to emphasize as well. So thank you again. We really appreciate you coming here. I hope you'll come often.
I'll be in Sonora a lot in the next few months.
Okay, well, you're welcome. Well, you can have lunch. Okay. Okay, well, I think it's not quite 11:30. Do I have to wait till 11:30? I think I will declare it 11:30 because I think everybody's here. And we're going to go to our 11:30 appointment.
And I will read very slowly because I think you only have a minute. Presentation and ceremony of the Kennedy Meadows transfer.
Okay. Mr. Richardson.
All right, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. We've looked forward to this day for quite a few years, and as everybody files in, I'll briefly introduce the item. We, the County of Tuolumne, applied to receive this beautiful parcel up in Kennedy Meadows, 240 acres, quite a few years ago. Let me just go through some of the timeline of how we got to today. So in 2001, we had the settlement between PG&E and the Public Utilities Commission. In 2004, the Pacific Forest and Watershed Land Stewardship Council was established. They had to conserve 140,000 acres of wilderness. They're still working on this process. So Kennedy Meadows is just 240 of this vast area.
But we were the first.
We are the first, yes.
I think that's pretty important. You can't can't diminish that we're the first to get through on this, and that's a big deal.
In 2008, a joint proposal was put together by the Resource Conservation District. Special kudos to Kirk Ford for being the co-author to that plan, along with the county and the Motherland Land Trust as partners. We submitted this proposal to the Stewardship Council, and then a lengthy due diligence process and negotiations took place, where we made sure we discovered everything, had several visits up to Kennedy Meadows, which we enjoyed. And then in 2012, we finalized an agreement between us and with the Stewardship Council. And in 2013, we had the review by the Public Utilities Commission. And in November of last year, escrow was closed, and the property transferred to Tuolumne County with the Motherland Land Trust as the conservation easement holder. Today, we're at our celebration, but we are not done. Because there's monitoring and studies that need to occur that we've committed to. We also, in this process, we have committed to upholding the 6 beneficial public values: protecting natural habitat of fish, wildlife, and plants, preserving open space, outdoor recreation, sustainable forestry, agricultural uses, preserving historical values. And of course, not all of these can be are addressed in Kennedy Meadows because they may not be available, but we have committed to upholding these values. Finally, we have our studies that we're going to do. We have the employee housing study, a manure management study in the plan, enhanced recreational use plan, a cultural resources study, and a grazing management plan. So these will start this upcoming summer. Some of them are a 12-month process, others are 24-month process. So here we have Kennedy Meadows today. It probably is dry, unfortunately. But we hope to maintain Kennedy Meadows in its pristine uses and habitat as it is. And we look forward to celebrating today. Mr. Chair, you have a number of speakers and thank yous, and I'll let you go through your list of items.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say this is a real milestone in the state and certainly here in Tuolumne County. And I got to tell you, on the day I was privileged as chairman to sign the papers on this, was a thrill. I mean, that was, I was once asked if we ever have any fun. That was a lot of fun. I met with Council Drivdahl, and we signed those, and I went out of there feeling really good because what it is not only this area has such rich history, and anybody who's been there falls in love immediately. Why you can't be any other way? I mean, it is just an incredible piece of real estate. One of the reasons why we all love Tuolumne County and love to live here. It's a thrill. So, look, we have a lot of guests, and first I want to talk about PG&E, and, I want to say something personal to PG&E. I'm sorry that what happened, that you had to give this up, but I'm awfully glad that we end up being the beneficiaries. And so, anyway, I'm not sure. Janet Leduca, is she here? And Randy Livingston. And if either of you would like to say something, we got Mike Schoner and Amy Crawford. And I know I see Dylan there because I see him all the time. And by the way, I want to put in a plug for Dylan. Dylan is really good at staying involved, particularly in important things. And Rimfire, I got to talk to Dylan, and I don't want to leave out the people who were out there at Rimfire Incident Command. They were just unbelievable. You guys are great citizens in our community for what you did. And you were ahead of the game, and we want to say thank you very much for what you did. So anyway, I'll give you an opportunity.
Good, thank you. And I'm equally excited. My name's Randy Livingston. I'm Vice President of Power Generation, and Janet Leduca is our Vice President for Environmental for the company. And so we're all here today to, I think, celebrate something unique. The Kennedy Meadows property has been part of PG&E or its predecessor company for 100 years. And I think like everyone here, we all recognize it as a special, unique place in the world, and especially the Sierras here. And I couldn't be more pleased to have that unique and special property come under the future ownership of the county to help, I like to say, conserve its values and its uniqueness for generations to come. I think the Mother Lode Land Trust as a partner in helping to do that, I think is a great partnership. We look forward to continuing to be part of that whole area for a long time to come, and especially appreciative of the county for stepping forward and saying, yes, we're willing to take and look this on. The fun that you expressed in being able to sign those, I think there's certainly a little bit of hard-heartedness that goes on in seeing that go, but I couldn't be more pleased of where it's ending up. So thank you. We're pleased to be here and pleased to be part of the celebration today.
Well, and thank you. And I know you came a long way to be here. You came from San Francisco, I believe.
That's great.
And, that's not a small sacrifice to come all this way, and so we really appreciate it.
Wouldn't miss it. This is the first, so a unique thing there too.
Thank you very much. Okay, from the Stewardship Council, I want to mention several people. Art Badgett, I'm going to give you a chance to speak if you'd like, and Mark Rentz, Steve Larson, Michelle Diaz, Elaine Zanger, Toby Perry, all instrumental in making this thing happen. I got to say thank you to the Stewardship Council. I know it was long drawn out, and I have to say you probably had some reservations being the first. Did we get it right? I think you got it right. Okay. Would you like to say something?
Thank you. I'm Art Baggett, President of the Stewardship Council. Last time I was in this chamber was 1991, when I was a young, without gray hair.
You don't have to stay away that long.
Well, I was a Mariposa County Supervisor for 2 terms, so I just drove up from Mariposa this morning, not too far away, where I still reside in Mariposa County, and my kids. So I've been here a few times back in those days, but it was under way different circumstances, different times. I've been fortunate to have been on the council since its beginning in 2004. Then I was the chair of the State Water Resources Control Board and represented the board, and currently I represent and was appointed by the California Public Utility Commission and still serve on the council. Thanks for organizing this. It truly is a great opportunity, and I think it took years of work, as you mentioned, I think with the Miwok and the local Native Americans, with regional, all the regulatory agencies were involved, in the Forest Service and other agencies, environmental groups. We pulled it off. This is the first one, as you mentioned, the first finally completed act. It started in 2008. A little brief history. This was one of the first 4 pilot projects we did for a land acquisition process out of over 40 planning units. In 2009, and our board's unique, as elected officials you'll appreciate, we have to have 100% 17-member consensus on every action. 17 board members. And like Mark represented the California Forestry Association, we had public utility representatives, Hydropower Coalition, environmental groups, Farm Bureau. So it's a very diverse board, and we all have to agree. This was the first one where we all agreed, and it was a rather lengthy meeting. It was not without controversy and challenges, but it was the first parcel that we did, and we were really thankful to the county for stepping up to the plate, and the former supervisor, Terry Murison, was heavily involved in this effort back in the early times as the district supervisor. The process is still got to be totally finished, but I think we're there. We're done. The PUC's done, so now it's to the locals, and I think and you all can pull it off with the land trust's help. I think they've done a great job. We've also are pleased to award you $75,000 grant for helping you deal with all the studies you mentioned in the Regional Water Board and all the rangeland studies and so on. So we're pleased to give you the grant to help fund those. Having been in the other side of the dais in my prior life, I know how tough those kind of funds are to come up with when you're competing with all the other budget needs you have. and we're glad to be able to help you.
Let me quickly say we accept and we thank you.
Quickly. So we're very pleased that you put together this very great coalition, have got the public outreach and involving the locals and the Native Americans in the area and the Forest Service and all the other partners in the planning effort. So thank you and congratulations. I know it's a risky where you're sitting. It's tough to do sometimes and convince your colleagues and your constituents that this really is the right thing to do, to take on more problems and more work, but I think it truly is, and it'll work out. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I want to say, it's an awesome responsibility, but a privilege to become the stewards, if you will. I mean, that's really all we are. And so we appreciate that responsibility. This is an amazing place. I can't say enough about that. But the active stewards, the people who really are maintaining and operating there are the Kennedy Meadows Pack Station. I know Matt Bloom's here, I think, and I'd like him to come up and say a few words, and I'd like to say thank you for what you've done in this process. We know it's really important. If you'd like to say a few words, we'd love to have you.
I don't have much to say, but thank you, and I'm excited to work with the county. I think it'll be a good relationship. The Stewardship Council has been good to work with, and we're happy that it's moving forward and look forward to working with everybody.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, and Motherlode Land Trust, all these people instrumental in making this happen. You look at this list that I've got here. It's amazing how long it is. Motherlode Land Trust, Ellie Root, is she here? Would you like to say a few words?
Hi, good morning. I'm Ellie Rout, Executive Director of Motherlode Land Trust. As you said earlier, we're going to be the conservation easement holders on the property. As a small land trust, it was a real big deal back in 2007 when we got a call from Stewardship Council. Mary Adelzada at the time couldn't make it, I guess, today, or she was really involved in the beginning, and she said, hey, we've got this thing going on, and the counties you work on, and come down and come to some meetings and get involved. And so we met at the Opera House and talked about what was Kennedy Meadows and what was a conservation easement and what did the plan look like and what were fee owners responsible for. And it was really exciting. I mean, you could see that this was a plan that was just all kind of coming to life all at once, and an opportunity here in the state of California, and an opportunity maybe potentially nationwide as a model for other power generation companies that want to do something like this, or state or federal even. So as a small local land trust, it's really exciting to have been chosen, to have been a part of the process. I won't talk forever, but we're proud to be standing next to the county and working with you as the easement holders, and we're honored to continue to work with the Stewardship Council on this and other projects that we have. Real quickly, because we are small and I'm the only staff person, I rely a lot on my board members. They help me a lot. They take on a lot of responsibilities, and without them, I couldn't get it done. I brought with me today two of them. In the back, we have Bob Dean, our vice president. He came down back in 07, 8, 9, 10, weekly for the meetings to do the collaborating and planning and everything, so he was really integral in helping me with that. And Mike Kirkley, our board president, helped me a lot with the easement negotiating and the language and stuff like that. So Mike would like to say a few words on behalf of the board.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I actually joined the board in 2008. I retired from CAL FIRE, and I was looking for a challenge. I didn't realize the challenge was going to be this great, but we worked on this for a number of years, and in the timeline, I thought, well, we'll close on this thing any time now, but things didn't work out. So I got my challenge. It was really great working with your staff, Craig and Daniel, and everybody else with the county, and then the Stewardship Council. But our land trust originally started in 1990. It was called the Amador Land Trust, and we've since changed our name, and we're more of a regional land trust. We came down to Tuolumne County. I used to live in Tuolumne County. I used to hunt and fish all the areas there.
And why do you not live here now?
I live in Amador County now, and my career took me to another unit.
You can come back.
Yeah, okay. Well, I am coming back, so and our board does volunteer a lot of times, so we'll be involved in in annual monitoring and working with Matt and his staff and the county, so you'll be seeing more of the board members too. So I just wanted to let you know we're real excited about this, and Stewardship Council. This opened the door for our land trust too. We're capacity building. We're going to be holding numerous easements all the way down to Tuolumne County up into El Dorado County. So, we're in this for the long haul in perpetuity. So if it gets any longer than that, so really appreciate this opportunity.
Does that give you perpetuity?
I wish so, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much. We appreciate the work you've done, and this is groundbreaking work, so maybe that's why it was a little difficult the first time, but it's important. Okay, I'd like to recognize the Stanislaus National Forest, clearly a partner in our community. I don't know that Susan could be here today. Our Forest Supervisor, Scott Tangenberg, Beth Martinez, important members of our community, and so thank you for being here.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I'm Beth Martinez, the lands officer for the Stanislaus, so I recognize a lot of the Stewardship Council folks. Been to a meeting or two, of course, know Daniel. We've been behind the scenes working with PG&E on some of the required trail easements, road easements, other things to ensure that the recreating public continues to be able to enjoy that area. We look forward to working with the county. We've got a few little pieces to take care of with the county, working with Matt and the resort, and welcome to the neighborhood. Susan couldn't be here today. So next to me is our new deputy, 2 days, second day on the job, Scott Tangenberg.
Welcome to Tuolumne County.
So I figured it was a great opportunity for him to at least get introduced and see a few faces that I know he will get to know. And in closing, I will just say that the Stanislaus is the recipient of one of the portions of one of the other planning units, the Rushing Meadow area above Lyons. So now that we're through the first one, I know things are just going to click, and we're going to get through that next process pretty quick. So thank you for having us.
Thank you. Scott, would you like to say a few words?
Just that it's great to be here, great to be a part of this celebration, and look forward to many other future accomplishments to get together with the county, with PG&E and Stewardship Council, and the great partners that are here.
We're glad you're here. We've been overworking Susan lately.
I'll help her out.
All right, good.
And you guys too.
Okay, I certainly do not want to leave out an important member of our community. That's the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians. Kevin Day, I don't know if Kevin's here, Lester Lingo, Reba Fuller, John Otterson, they've all been active. Do we have a member of the tribe here that would like to get up and say anything? They helped us make this thing happen, so we have to say thank you to them too.
Hello, I'm John Otterson. I'm the executive director for the tribe. And back when this process started, the tribe was pretty heavily involved. And I know personally I liked going up there 2-3 times a month and seeing Matt and getting out of the office. What a place to go visit. And obviously the tribe would like to help the county in any way with the cultural study. If you guys need any expertise or anything, we'll throw our hat in there for you. The tribe really sees itself as the stewards of the land, original stewards of the land, and so any help we can be, as always, we'd love to work with you. So,
thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
You're great citizens of the county too, so we say thank you. We're glad you're here. Okay, I'd like to recognize Craig and Daniel and Carlin Drivdahl for their work on this. I know they did a lot of the work, and a lot of the staff worked on this. This is a real milestone, and I'm just thrilled about it. Now, I think, do you have something more?
We missed the Tuolumne County Resource Conservation District.
Oh, did I leave them? Oh,
Yes.
I apologize.
My co-author, Kirk Ford.
Kirk Ford and Lindsay Ray Matos are listed here. Kirk, did you want to say something? I apologize.
Being under the radar is not a problem at all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, it's hard. It's hard. I'm going to get beat up for that, missing you. I apologize.
Only by Daniel, so it probably doesn't matter. Kirk Ford, I'm the president of the Resource Conservation District here locally. I think we started messing with this in about 2006 or 2007. It has been a long and winding road. I know that your staff, your attorney's office, county council, the CAO's office has been deeply, deeply involved in this thing since we kind of stepped back from it. I do remember countless hours of meetings and writing proposals to try to put this thing together. It meant a lot to us. We are still your conservation partner in this program. We're happy to do whatever we can from the conservation standpoint. One of the things I'd like to work with the Stewardship Council on is getting some funding for a youth education program up there, or a youth conservation program where they're actually doing some conservation work, either at Kennedy Meadows or even beyond. So with that, congratulations. It's about time. And I'll just leave it at that and say, wow, thank you very much to the Stewardship Council, to PG&E, to everybody else that was involved in this. I know how much work it was to get there. I know how much work we put into it early. I know how much work your staff has put into it. And County Council, my goodness, I can't imagine the hours and hours and hours of you guys going over every dotted T and crossed I. So thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you. Mr. Richardson, did I miss anybody else? Oh, I don't know about good, missing somebody, ooh. Okay, I think that concludes our presentations for now, but I'd like to have you all just kind of stand up and applaud. That is what we ought to do. And then, oh, no, oops, I hit it off. I believe we have refreshment outside, is that right? Okay. So I think we'll go to that, and for the members of the Board of Supervisors, you have to be back here at noon for another appointment. Okay, so we'll take a few minutes break, and then we'll come back. We'll recess the board for a few minutes.
And could we ask those who maybe spoke to come up here for a picture?
Oh, okay. So the speakers, if you'd come up, and we'll get your picture. Okay, we'll join you outside in just a few minutes. This won't take us too long. It is time for our 12 o'clock appointment. Would you read that, please?
Election of the Chair and Vice Chair of the Board of Supervisors of County of Tuolumne for the year 2014.
With that, I will turn the gavel over to the clerk of the board.
And right now, I just would like to take nominations for the chair for 2014 year, if anybody has any nominations for
Yes,
that.
I would like to nominate Evan Royce as chairman.
I'll second.
2014.
Okay, that's a nomination. Does anybody want to nominate anybody else? Evan Royce? Okay, so then we'll call for a motion and then a vote. So you're going to make the motion?
I so move.
Second.
Okay, any discussion, any public comment? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
In opposition? Abstain?
I was thinking about it.
You want to abstain? Okay, so it's a 4-0 vote.
Cool.
And now I'm going to call for nominations for the vice chair.
I nominate Supervisor John Gray from District 4 for Vice Chair of the Board this year.
Any other? This is a nomination, so any other nominations? Okay, so I'll call for the vote, and I guess Supervisor Rodenberg.
I'll move.
Okay, I lost my place.
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Abstain? Okay, carries by a unanimous vote. And that is it. Okay, now,
I'd like to make a comment. I want to thank former Chairman Hanvelt for his great job that he did this year. And you're going to be a tough act to follow, so you're going to have to step it up, Mr. Royce.
Thank you.
and I also would like to present you with a commemorative gavel and tell you you did a wonderful job as chair.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. And
So
I'll
we-
also give the gavel to Supervisor Royce as the new chair for 2014.
Thank you.
And your first thing is to go to
You're in
lunch.
charge, sir, so what do we do now?
I guess I just adjourned for lunch, right?
Are we returning at 1:30?
1:30?
Yeah, I guess we're pulling the 1:30 appointment. I have clear instructions from our clerk here. Pull the 1:30 appointment, and we can come back at 1:30 though and do reports and potentially take up a closed session item. So we will adjourn the meeting for lunch and be back at 1:30.
Thank you.
I was wondering whether the seats are going to change. Were they? In the past.
All right, we'll call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order a little bit after 1:30. Our 1:30 appointment has been postponed, so we're going to go ahead and do reports.
That's item 18, reports.
Okay, and let's do ladies first. We'll start with Mrs. Brennan, if you'd like.
All right, on December 19th, I attended a rimfire session up in Sacramento. Interesting, they are going to have some follow-up meetings, but they were really, it was a room full of scientists and ecologists, and a lot of discussion about future scenarios on how forest management might look, what forest management might look like to try and reduce the threat of catastrophic wildfire. On last night, I attended a reception at the Arts Council. They had a great turnout, and just want to announce that second Saturday, downtown Sonora will be this Saturday, and they're going to have a really unique event. It's Yosemite's 150th anniversary in Tuolumne County, and they will be at the Opera Hall screening the first public screening of Yosemite: A Gathering of Spirit by Ken Burns, and the screenings will be at 5, 6, and 7 o'clock. And so a film that I believe will be showing on PBS in the near future. And so if you have a chance, it will be worth it to get down there. Again, a free public screening at 5, 6, and 7 at the Opera Hall this Saturday.
Thank you.
Oh, and can I make one more comment, just real quickly? Since this is the end of my first year, I want to thank everyone that has been patient with me in the learning curve. There certainly is a tremendous learning curve, and I appreciate that. I appreciate all of the advice and guidance I've gotten, and I especially want to thank Supervisor Hanfeld for his leadership last year.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to report that our office has spent a great deal of time the last few weeks on juvenile matters. I'm not sure if there's an increase in cases, but we are certainly spending a great deal of time in court on those matters. Carlin yesterday had a meeting in Sacramento with Caltrans over an issue that they're hoping to resolve for TCTC. Chris has been working on some airport issues, and I've been working with Ann Fremd on labor and employment issues. Thank you.
All right.
Nothing to report.
John?
Short report. I did, as I mentioned previously today, I did go up to the Ackerson Creek crossing and specifically look at that job, but I did spend some time up there touring around the area. I spoke with one of the local loggers that has been logging on some private land there, and to the general public, there's a lot of work that needs to be done up there. We have a lot of trees on our county, edge of the county road that are going to have to be moved, and I don't know for sure if we've contracted anybody to get those out or what the plan is on there, but we need to look at it. But there's going to be just a lot of heavy equipment working in that area, and so the traveling public, unless you really have a business to be there or just want to enjoy Evergreen Lodge, kind of stay off the road would be my advice, because it can be dangerous. And that's my report.
Thank you. Carl?
On the 18th, I went over to the TUD building and participated in a briefing and discussion session put on by the Mountain County Water Resource Association. They came down, their staff and a couple of their directors came down, just as informative of what they're doing and where they're headed and stuff like that. So that was it was well attended by several different organizations, TUD, our county, and staff and some other folks. So very, very good. The next day, the 19th, I went to the Chamber of Commerce mixer. I believe I was the only board participant in that one. On the 20th, I did something I've wanted to do for quite some time, and I got a tour of the Highway 108 fire safe projects that they're working on. Very, very important. We talked about that earlier in our last presentation. I'm really committed to trying to see what we can do to enhance our fire safe and SWIFT programs. I think that's our defense of last resort against forest mismanagement, and I think it's important to do. On the 21st, I attended the firefighters' dinner out at Mountain Springs, their annual dinner. Wonderful thing. There's some folks that have been doing firefighting in this county since before I was born, I believe, and many people were honored. So. Pardon me? Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. There are a couple. Many people were honored, and justifiably so. It was a great event, and I was very happy to participate in that. And then I did what I think most people did, took a couple weeks of holiday time off. On the 3rd, I did meet with Dr. Stolp to discuss medical marijuana and some of the medical issues and those things. I do believe that that's going to be an important decision that we're going to make coming here in the near future, and I just wanted his thoughts on that. He's the first but not the last person I'm going to talk to on that. On Sunday, again, as I always do, I attended the American Legion vets fundraising breakfast. And then yesterday, I had a day of meetings. I met with Larry Cope to talk about economic development in the county. First thing in the morning, I went and presented to the Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee what we were talking about today and answer any questions that they had. And then I had lunch with the sheriff and the undersheriff yesterday to talk about various law enforcement issues, where I also talked a little bit about medical marijuana. And then yesterday afternoon, I met with to include the new president of the board, I met with 2 board members from TUD board to talk about some water issues that we share in the county. And that was a very productive meeting, and I appreciate their time. Thank you. Oh, before I go, I'd also like to echo my thanks to Supervisor Hanfeld for what I think was some tremendous leadership as the chairman of the board, and looking forward to similar leadership from the new board chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanfeld.
Thank you for the kind comments, both Supervisor Brennan and Supervisor Rotifer, and Supervisor Gray mentioned me earlier. I appreciate that. But I had that on, I'm sorry. Must have hit it again. There's lots of people who like to mute me anyway. On the 18th of December, I attended and chaired the meeting of the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee, along with Supervisor Royce, working on the housing element for the general plan. And we got more work to do, and so we'll be meeting again this month on that. But that was really important. And the next morning, I met with Pam Baltimore from the U.S. Forest Service. She's the public liaison officer on the rimfire recovery, and just to kind of get an update. Then I proceeded to catch a cold and neglect my duties for a few days. Christmas came, I took the time off, and on the 3rd I came back. I filed for re-election on Friday, right when I got back in the afternoon. And then I met with Supervisor Rotifer, the sheriff, and the undersheriff, talking about law enforcement issues yesterday at lunch. And with that, I'm reinvigorated and ready to start another year as just a supervisor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, had a great 2 weeks off. Told folks, don't call me, don't email me unless there's smoke coming up from something. Only had 2 issues came up. Otherwise, enjoyed a lot of good time off with family and friends. And the only problem was I was so inactive, there's a fungus that attached itself to my face. I don't know if it'll stay, but is it contagious?
I think he caught it from John.
Okay. Anyway, haven't done that in a few years, but this gray stuff got in there too. It's amazing. But looking forward, just a couple things to talk about. I know that our entire staff has been engaged and are engaged in the multi-year budget review forecast that is being prepared for your consideration on the 21st. A very important part of our budgeting process, ever more so with the changes that we've talked about for this year. We'll be attending the Yosemite Gateway Partners meeting on Thursday. One of the things we just want to talk a little bit about rimfire, not about the past, but where we're going. So intend to do that. And then there is a meeting on Monday, and see if, so Supervisor Brennan will be attending down in Fresno, where the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will be holding a public meeting on the yellow-legged frog and Yosemite toad, and talking about their designation of critical habitat. And we may know at that point as well. So I don't know what that entails right now. We'll find out, and we're supposed to find out as well when the economic analysis related to it is to come out. I just find that a little amazing, not really, but disappointing that they are going to come out with this designation prior to doing the economic analysis. If I understand that correctly, I could be misspeaking, but I believe that's the plan, is to come out with the proposed designations and then come out with the economic analysis. And then, according to the correspondence, there would be a meeting in Sacramento sometime later in January, when they would talk about the economic analysis. And then one other item, I'll just pass this down. I'm going to put this on the agenda for next meeting so you can consider it, but I'll just pass it down now. This is something we talked about at our CAO's annual meeting, and the CEO from Los Angeles County said, let's just do it, and he's the first in the state to do it, encouraging boards of supervisors to basically full court press the governor, saying, we should get full funding or more funding for our AB 109 related costs, not just the operational costs that we typically talk about on the AB 109 money, but also the capital and so forth. And I'm just going to call your attention, I won't go into it now, but on page 4 there's a chart that shows the annual savings by the CDCR, how much statewide AB 109 funding has been out there, and what that represents as a percentage. If you look at how much statewide AB 109 funding has gone out relative to the savings to the state by basically shifting these prisoners and expenses to counties. So I'll put that on for your consideration if we want to join in and take a position that we should receive more funding, both operational capital and not later, but now. So that's it.
All right, thank you. And I think anything that I attended was talked about, so I'll say no report. And see, do we have time to take up our first closed session? Ms. Creel?
That one's probably going to require a little bit of discussion,
Okay.
Since we only have about 15 minutes. I don't know that we have enough time.
How about the second item, Mr. Pedro? Labor negotiation. Can we squeeze it? Yeah, let's get going. Let's say, so I guess, would you read the second closed session item? Item 20?
Sure. Closed session, conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and friend, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
All right. Thank you. Beforehand?
Public comment.
You want to say anything, Jim? All right. No public comment. We're good. Do we? No. Perfect. Thank you. All right, let's get things going here. We just came back from a closed session item. We are unfinished, so we'll be going back in a little while once this is done. So first item, I guess, would be, clerk, could you please read the agenda? Yes, please.
Actually, it's 2 o'clock, number 1. Public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to authorize the submission of an application to the State Community Development Block Grant over the county program for the Rush Creek Lodge project.
Okay, and I guess the first thing, this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. And how many people plan on talking? Could you raise your hand if you plan on saying something, so I get an idea of how many speakers we're going to have?
Yeah.
CBDG.
Oh. Oh.
This is Rush Creek.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Then, do I need to?
What we can do is go ahead and have the staff do their report, and then if there's questions by the board, and then we can open the public hearing.
Okay. Staff report. Thank you.
Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. Now, the board selected the Rush Creek Lodge over-the-counter community development block grant project at its meeting in October. The over-the-counter program is for small business loans that are over $250,000. Now, the Rush Creek Lodge is a new resort on Highway 120, right by the Hardin Flat entrance to Yosemite. At full build-out, it'll be 143 rooms. The proposed over-the-counter project just covers the first phase, which is 116 rooms. The project is developed by and will be managed by First Light Hospitality LLC, and we do have Lee Zimmerman here, who is one of the project developers who can answer questions about the project. These are the same developers who did the Evergreen Lodge, which, as you know, has been a very successful project. It was an over-the-counter project about 10 years ago, and they paid off in full early. This is a fully entitled project. It's already been through CEQA and has just concluded NEPA. The total grant request is $3,060,000. Of that, $3,010,000 will be a loan to the Rush Creek Lodge. That loan is then repaid to the county's Program Income Reuse Fund, and that can be used either for new small business loans or for other community development block grant projects. Now, the total project cost is $28 million. The bulk of this is a combination of bank and SBA financing, but there are also 40 private investors that are involved in this. So as you can see, this project leverages a lot of private construction money that goes into it, and it will also create over 100 jobs, 86 full-time equivalents. Now, the proposed terms on this are 3% interest over 20 years. There is a 1-year interest deferral, and then the second year is interest only. This has been through the county's Small Business Revolving Loan Fund for review of the underwriting and has been approved by them as well as by the State Department of Housing and Community Development. So I did want to point out that the resolution that you've got there does show the $3,010,000, which is the loan portion, plus $50,000, which is the administrative portion, for a total of $3,060,000. So I'm happy to answer any questions I can about this.
All right, thank you.
Just for the benefit of the public, could you tell us how this loan is secured?
Yeah, it's secured with note and deed of trust on the property.
Thank you.
Did you say it completed CEQA and NEPA?
The NEPA has just been completed.
The NEPA,
yeah.
because I guess I didn't catch that. So is part of it on federal land?
No, but it's HUD financing that passes through to the state, so it comes with all those federal overlays.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other board questions? All right.
Sorry, could I add one thing? I do have a sign-in sheet that is for anybody that's attending this public hearing, and written comments regarding the county's community development block grant program can be submitted to the county administrative office.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now I will open the public hearing. And first, anybody that would like to speak in favor, come forward.
I'm Lee Zimmerman, one of the principals on the project, and thank you for your time. And just wanted to mention that we are just really excited about the county's support. It's a huge project we're taking on, and it's going to be, when we complete it, a real landmark for the county and a great source of jobs and tax base as well. And it's a very challenging time to finance a development project, and this is really, really important bridge financing. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Ron Koff with the Tuolumne County Business Council. We had previously written a letter in support of this funding for this. We feel it's a very viable project. This project, as you already know, has been approved a number of years ago by Tuolumne County, so what we're really looking at is just the funding at this point. The nearby Evergreen Lodge has been a very good example of a well-run facility that has provided a great deal of TOT revenue to the county, so we have no doubt that this facility will do the same thing. They had previously also gotten a block grant for that Evergreen Lodge facility and paid it back in full ahead of time. So from a business council standpoint, these are exactly the type of projects that this type of funding is intended to support and make work, so we encourage you to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Nancy Sykes, Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau.
And our organization has also submitted a letter of support for this project, and of course for the funding aspect of it. And there is a absolute no doubt in anyone's mind that this particular project will benefit Tuolumne County in a very big way. Our tourism efforts, our tourism marketing efforts. Evergreen Lodge is probably the perfect example of a well-run resort on the Yosemite Gateway. They do generate a lot of TOT, but most of all, the partners in this project have proven that they can abide by their business plan, be successful, also environmentally sensitive. They have done it all. So please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other, anybody like to speak in favor? Seeing none. Anybody opposed?
Good afternoon, John Buckley representing CSERC. As you may know, if you've looked in your project documents, you've seen that in 2001 and 2004 that our center and others came before the county when this project came up, and we identified the issues of fire, the fact that the closest fire engine to service this is 20 miles away. The closest ambulance service is 25 miles away. Although this is now a total project of 143 guest lodging units, 30 staff and employee units, a restaurant, a bar, a swimming pool, a Pond Creek waterfall, and assorted other uses, there's no water on the site except hoped for wells that will produce, and there's no public sewer. So unlike many projects that would have water and sewer, you are putting what is a fairly significant development if you approve funding to support it on a site that does not have either public water or public sewer. The rationale for the funding is also debatable. Out of 30 staff employing housing units, only 3 need to be restricted to low-income households, and only 2 of the units serve very low-income households. The government could take a tiny, tiny fraction of 1% of the loan and subsidize existing low-income housing and make far, far greater benefits from the beneficiaries of the loan program. But I'm not expecting I'm going to change any of your views about whether you support the project. I do want, though, to point out a couple of things that may not have been pointed out to you. One is what happens, because there's nothing in the EA, which is all that was done with NEPA. There was no EIS. What was done, what is not shown in there is what is the alternative source of water if the wells fail. You have a $28 million project. There is no discussion at all of how water will be provided if the wells fail. And it's surrounded by Forest Service land. There is no water source that's available there. So that's one issue. Likewise, if after the development is up and functioning, what happens when the engineered septic system, if it should fail? And in the original documents, there was 24,000 gallons of wastewater per day generated, 8.8 million gallons of wastewater per year. So the question is the county wants to help support funding for it, but there's not an alternative for either the wastewater or for the water supply if there's not an issue. And the last things I'd point out is this board has already approved a conference center, a restaurant, a bar, a lodging facility, a dance hall, theater, and gift shop with all kinds of units down the road at the Holcomb property. Again, an isolated rural parcel that doesn't have public water or sewer. This board, not all of you were on it at that point. In fact, I don't think, maybe John, but I don't think anybody else was on the board at that time. You have approved that project, which is now, in theory, according to the newspaper, ready to move forward. That will be in direct competition with this project. They both will be offering lodging facilities past Groveland, close to Yosemite Park. And on top of that, I met recently with the developers of the Big Oak Flat Scar, who assuredly have the millions of dollars to invest in a massive lodging, restaurant, retail, and destination development at Scar, which will also, they have 2 motel complexes that they were going to build, would be in direct conflict with this one that you now would be preparing supporting with a loan. And the one at the Big Oak Flat Scar is a site that this board has wanted to recover with some sort of development for decades now, and it has public water and sewer. So all I'm pointing out to you is you're being asked to support this project today, which will already conflict with the Holcomb project that you've approved, which will also conflict with your hoped-for project at the Big Oak Scar. So because the fire services, the water, and the wastewater are not addressed with mitigations that can adequately assure that this will be successful, I urge you to reject the FONSI and the intent to request release of funds, and to look for additional ways to mitigate or to scale down the scope of the project when there's unsure water and unsure ability to handle the wastewater, especially when you're so far from the services that are important. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment opposed? Seeing none, we will go to neutral, if anybody's neutral. Seeing none, we'll go to, there's a chance for rebuttal, then sir rebuttal. So anybody that spoke in favor may come up and rebut anything that was spoken during opposition. So.
Sorry for my lack of familiarity with process here. John, I totally respect your concern for the county and the community in general. And you bring up important issues. Maybe I'll just touch on a few of them. I won't take a lot of time, but the first thing to know in terms of demand and the number, there's a concern with this particular development. John mentioned he's worried about would hurt other developments potentially that are approved closer to Groveland. Just to give everyone a little bigger picture on the Yosemite market, Highway 140 has about 1,000 hotel rooms along the main corridor, of which 550 sit within 2 miles of the park border. Coming out of Oakhurst from the south as well, there are another 1,000 hotel rooms, of which there are, I believe, 350 within 2 miles of the entrance to the park. Highway 120, which is the most direct route from the population centers of the area, has a total of 200 hotel rooms along the entire corridor, of which close to 100 are the Evergreen Lodge right now, and none of them are within 2 miles of the park entrance. So what's going to happen as this corridor gets better developed is that we're going to draw from people who are being inconvenienced right now to go to these other corridors because there's no accommodation of scale or accommodation near the park. So that I should be the least of your worries. By way of reference, there are currently 1 million visitors that come through each of the 3 park entry gates each year, and yet there's only 1/5 the accommodation along Highway 120 corridor. Another reference point we'll see is that the Evergreen Lodge, as we've scaled up, we started at 18 cabins at the Evergreen Lodge. We now have 90. When we add units each time, our occupancy stays the same because people want to be near the park. There's huge demand that's unmet near the park. And the total increase from both Rush Creek and the contemplated developments that John mentioned, at least the closest one, the Holcomb development, will be a couple hundred rooms. So it's a small fraction of the total supply. Regarding water supply, just to clarify there, before we bought the property, we were very concerned with water supply as well. And one of our conditions of acquiring the property was that the previous owners had to find sufficient supply. And so they have already had 3. They found 5 different wells they found water in. They have 3 wells with tested water quality and with adequate supply of over 50 gallons a minute at the property. So that has already been resolved. Now, obviously, things can change over time, but the important information is that 1, there's water there already, and 2, we've already seen that they're capable of finding water multiple times on site. We also have a sister property 7 miles up the road called the Evergreen Lodge, where we have adequate water as well that can support the needs if we'd have a short-term issue arise. Regarding waste treatment, another totally valid concern and important one given a remote property. We have been working with Rob Kostleby here on developing a system that that's really elegantly designed, that's kind of cutting edge in its nature, but that has complete redundancy to it. And it actually has more extensive waste treatment than the Evergreen Lodge septic systems have. This will have, what's really neat about it is that it will use extensive gray water solutions on site. So that allows us to take well water that's been used for purposes like shower water or commercial laundry and redirected after that use into landscaping purposes. And at the Evergreen Lodge, we were the first property in the county to have a commercial gray water program in place, and we're now recycling over 1 million gallons a year into landscape purposes. And so we're getting 2 uses out of every bit of water we bring up. And this really lowers the need for extensive septic solutions. But we design it with a full backup, so if the gray water isn't working for any reason, it can still be accommodated on site. So that is not a big concern for us, and obviously we're the ones that would first be on the hook for issues that might arise there. Regarding conditions of safety, life safety, in the actual conditions, which are 100 and some plus of the development, there are specific conditions that address the remoteness of the property. We've been dealing with this at Evergreen Lodge for the last 12 years, and so we have an AED on site. We have various people trained. We actually have someone who trains in life safety and CPR, who's certified to train all of our staff on site. So we've done our best to resolve those issues given the remote location. And the county has actually given us specific conditions we have to follow when we open. You also mentioned staff housing, and truth is that I think we proved out pretty clearly when we started the Evergreen Lodge and we did all of our reporting on the staff that we hired there that we tend to hire very, very low-income folks, and we will be way over the percentage that is required by the state. You can see it through who we hire at the Evergreen Lodge. We also, as some of you may know, we run a behind-the-scenes youth employment program where we fully fund basically a nonprofit within a for-profit, helping people who are 18 to 24 get traction in their lives. And we do that strictly because we want to run a progressive business. So I don't think that should be a concern for anyone involved. Yeah, I think that may touch all the points. I guess the last thing I'd mention is we also have on site regarding life safety. We use about 25,000 gallons a day, perhaps, of water for regular use. We're going to have a 225,000 gallon water tank sitting there on the property for use in fire prevention as well. So that should give some comfort. The Evergreen Lodge has 100,000 gallons by reference.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, is there any other rebuttal? Seeing none, we'll go to Sir Rebuttal. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Again, I
Thank you.
have very high respect for what's been done at Evergreen Lodge. They clearly are very proficient in terms of managing their business. I think there are a couple points, though, that still need to be made. One is he talked about the huge number of accommodations. And again, I defer to John, who's the expert on the Highway 120 corridor. When I talk with Peggy Mosley and others over there about the difficult shoulder seasons and the winter season of October all the way around through May, it's not where you have an abundance of people deciding, where to go. It's very difficult. There will be more competition, not just from this project, but from what you've already approved with the Holcomb project and potentially others. So at some point, it may be more attractive to go to this new site than all those that are already existing county businesses that have worked hard for years and have contributed, who are in the areas that are served by public water, are served by sewer, and are part of the basic community. The other point to be raised is he talked about the safety conditions that are on the site, and in reality, when you have, for instance, the sprinklers that are being required and the water tanks and everything, that's very beneficial if a fire starts in one of the buildings. But for those of you that have looked at the site, you know that this last fire burned a good deal of it, roasted a good deal of it. The wild land around it is very difficult. They're lucky that Evergreen and Mather were protected to the extent that they were able to. If they hadn't had fire hitting some of that area at night, those areas would have roasted as well. So all I'm addressing is that you're being asked whether the county should support a loan for something that's in competition with existing businesses that's not served by public sewer, public water, nor does it have close services from fire or from ambulance. Again, I respect whatever decision you make. I simply raise those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for questions or comments.
Just a couple. I think it's important to look at the track record of the group at Evergreen and what they've been able to accomplish over the approximately 10 years, I think, that you guys have been there. It's went from a little sleepy place to one that has a lot of energy when you go there now. The issue about whether it hurts the people in Groveland or anywhere along the corridor, I don't believe it does. It draws, I think, a completely different type of clientele, and I think Mr. Zimmerman could go into his marketing plan, and he's not marketing it for the guy that's traveling up the highway. It's somebody that's going to come generally stay there for a while, I believe. So in reading the documents, I believe there's mitigation measures there that are going to resolve those issues. I don't think it's our position to tell him whether he's got a good chance to having a successful business or not. That's something that he has to decide, or his group has to decide whether they want to go into it, because this $3 million, in a sense, is a drop in the bucket to what you are going to have to invest in that project. So I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the grant when we're ready.
Before he makes a motion, is there any other comment from the board? Supervisor Hamvelt?
Yeah, I appreciate what Mr. Buckley said, but I've also been to Evergreen. I've seen what I think is a very responsible approach to managing that facility, and I agree with John. It seems to draw a different clientele. I think my opinion is that this project will enhance what we see in terms of tourism and activity on the Highway 120 corridor, and I think that it will be beneficial in the long term, especially post-rimfire, to be able to do that. So I'm going to support this.
Any other board comment? I'll just make one quick comment. How many jobs does this create again, required by this loan?
It's 86 full-time equivalent, over 100 total, I think.
Okay. That's it. Motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the community block grant project in the amount of $3,060,000.
I second.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. Call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And thank you. Clerk, could you please read our second 2 o'clock appointment?
Public hearing to consider the appeal of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission's decision regarding Portola Minerals Company, Blue Mountain Minerals, mitigated negative declaration for conditional use permit, reclamation plan, and indemnification agreement.
All right, thank you. First, Adam, could you give us a staff report?
Good afternoon. Adam Piskowski, Senior Planner for the Community Resources Agency. Before you this afternoon is a conditional use permit and reclamation plan for Blue Mountain Minerals to amend the existing permanent mine boundary of the quarry to add 27 acres for expansion of what's called the agricultural fill area on a approximately 350-acre project. They also are going to be revising the pit phasing to allow more flexibility in mining due to the change in market conditions, revise the final revegetation plan, and also their replacement ratios. Under the revision to the permit and reclamation plan for the project, a portion of the mine and waste currently proposed to be deposited in the east fill pit underneath the current reclamation plan would be shifted to the expanded agricultural fill area. This total volume of fill material would not change as a result of this project, and only the location would change. They're not going to be producing any more product than what's already permitted out there. They're not going to be going any deeper. They're sticking to what was originally approved back in 2004 underneath their 2002 use permit, and the only thing that's changing is the location where they want to put their waste material. The project would remove approximately an estimated estimated 27 acres of blue oak pine woodland. Underneath the Public Resources Code Section 21083.4 requires lead agencies to implement one of four alternatives to mitigate significant effect of the conversion of oak woodlands. Specifically, that section provides that lead agencies may adopt one or more measures. Through this project, the applicant chose to pick letter D, which is other mitigation measures developed by the lead agency. And through this, they propose to do 100% replanting of the oak woodlands that they're going to be removing. On December 4th, 2013, a decision was rendered by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission approving the use permit and the reclamation plan with 14 conditions. On December 12th, the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center appealed the approval of the use permit and reclamation plan to your board. The letter of appeal states the appeal of the decision of the Planning Commission approving the project was submitted because the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center feels that the county failed to comply with CEQA by not disclosing, analyzing, and mitigating significant impacts of the proposed project and not preparing an EIR. The appeal letter states the arguments and evidence of the appeal are set forth in previous comments that were submitted to the county, which are included in the response to comments, and those are underneath letters J, K, L, and M. For this project, the appealant, CSERC, would be making a presentation, and then after that, Blue Mountain Minerals also has a presentation, and then we would go on to any staff questions and also to open the public hearing for anyone speaking in favor or opposed to the project.
All right. Thanks, Adam. Is there any board questions for staff before we go to the presentations? All right. All right, so as you said, we're going to do a presentation. There's 15 minutes allowed for the party filing the appeal, and then the proponent can also do a 15-minute presentation, then we'll go into the typical public hearing process. Oh, and before we move forward, the clerk asked me to announce that any posters, handouts, or other props that are used in the presentations will be needed to be kept by the clerk for part of the record. So, as you know, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay, John Buckley, CSERC, and I'm going to save everybody in this room a bunch of time because I'm going to be less than 5 minutes. And again,
Perfect.
I think that this board, I respect the fact that you're already aware of the issues. You've done your homework, and I don't need to belabor it. But the summary is that the appeal before you today isn't about whether or not Blue Mountain Minerals is a good employer or popular in the community or a boost to the economy, or if they can turn out a lot of supporters. I think it's pretty clear on all those points that they do a good job. The issue is whether the mine should continue to dump waste material where it is already legally allowed to do so, or whether it should be allowed to degrade a new site outside of the approved mine boundary. And the project before you would create a significant impact by burying 27 acres of oak woodland habitat under waste material, and then at some point in the future attempt to mitigate by planting oak seedlings. And the key point, it's a very simple one, is our center says that burying 27 acres of oak woodland under a mountain of mining waste is a significant impact under CEQA. Your staff and others disagree, so we have different points of view. When a project may cause a significant impact, the state requires that an EIR be done to consider alternatives to the proposed action and to more fully consider ways to reduce the impact. Respectfully, the county should require an EIR to consider alternatives to the proposed action. As our center has noted in many pages of comments from our staff and legal consultants over the past year in response to the project, the initial study and the mitigated neg deck contain a lot of instances of what I would characterize as misinformation and misleading claims. For instance, the proposed project is not a revision of the already approved 48 ag fill area. Instead, it's a proposal to wipe out a new site outside of the mine boundary on acres that were never even studied previously for that 48-acre area. Furthermore, the project is not consistent with the general plan ag designation. If the project is approved for decades, ag use will be diminished or completely eliminated in direct conflict with the ag designation. But the documents say, oh, it's consistent. These are clear problems that are not resolved by the current mitigated neg deck. The initial study and mitigated neg deck both acknowledge the mine's intent to shift fill of waste material, as Adam pointed out, that is currently proposed to go in the east fill area and to now put it onto the new 27-acre site. There is not justification provided for eliminating the natural habitat on that 27-acre site when the mine up to this point was approved to complete mounding of the waste fill on that existing 48 fill site within the mining boundary. Here's a quick example. The new waste height on the 27-acre site would be approved to reach up to 2,135 feet in elevation, higher than the existing mound area on the 48 acres that's already approved. So, it's certainly possible for the mine to come in and ask to have permit approval to raise the waste fill height on the already approved 48 acres and to have years' worth of additional permit to dump there instead of wiping out a new 27-acre parcel. That's not what's being asked. It's also clearly feasible for the mine to deposit excess waste material on the already denuded bare mine acres that have been mined in the past and are now available. But the mine wants to keep every option open to possibly use already mined acres just on the chance that a profit might be able to be made in the future if the markets change. With all due respect, that's something that's reasonable for them to ask for, but it requires it requires an EIR to deal with mitigations and to look at what are alternatives that are reasonable and feasible to the proposed action. And the county has not required an EIR, and the applicant has not done one. There are other problems identified in the project record, including that the initial study's assessment and description of the cumulative air quality emissions and greenhouse gas emissions both fail to appropriately abide by CEQA and to analyze the actual cumulative impacts of the proposed project in combination with the clearly associated impacts of the overall mining operation and the transport of the mined product. We've provided that in detail. The county has countered that they disagree. For all of those reasons, and based on the very specific points raised by the many detailed comments provided by our staff, our legal consultants, declarations submitted into the record, and the testimony provided at hearings, our center respectfully asserts that the project will clearly result in a significant negative impact to the environment. That mandates the preparation of an EIR. Accordingly, on behalf of our center, I respectfully restate that this board should support our respectful appeal of the Planning Commission's approval and that the board should require the completion of an EIR before considering any further approval of the application before the county. So thank you. I appreciate the time and the ability to present. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess now we will have the project proponent come forward, and we'll allow 15 minutes to present your project.
Well, good afternoon, Board, Chairman, staff, and community. I'm Jeff Dowdy. I'm the CEO of Blue Mountain Minerals. What I'd like to do is take a few minutes, talk about our business, what we do for a living, impact on the community, and specifically why we need to do this project. As it comes up, I guess I'll get started. If you think about what we do, it's nothing very exotic. We are essentially taking large rocks and turning them into smaller rocks that our customers can use. Like I said, it's nothing that is very complicated. We're not bringing a whole bunch of different things into the site. We're very self-sufficient. But what we do is very important to our customers. And in the course of making limestone, that's one of those things that is in absolutely everything, but you never really think much about. It's a classic industrial mineral that is in the formica that's on the counter there. It's in the carpet that's on the floor. It's in the paint that's everywhere. It's just one of those minerals that's absolutely critical in a lot of the things that we consume. We are blessed with a great natural resource there in Colombia. We've got a great team that knows how to use the natural resource in order to make profit. As John mentioned, profit is key for a manufacturing concern. Taught in business school a few years ago that manufacturing creates wealth, and that's a great thing, because what wealth does is allows me to pay family wages to our employees, allows me to really fully participate in the community, and to support a lot of different activities that I'm proud to do on a regular basis. We can have the next slide, please. So you think about our impact. Of course, the most acute positive impact of what we do is many of the blue hats in the room, our employees. These are individuals that work very hard, are very good at what they do, and are able to earn a living to support their families and the community. When you start looking beyond that, you look at the county and all the things we do in the county and our ability to do that, so that the scope gets even larger. And then you look beyond that at many of our business partners, such as trucking firms, such as specifically our customers, and the amount of jobs that they are able to support in their operations. And all those jobs may not be here in Tuolumne County. These folks come to visit, hopefully staying at the Evergreen Lodge or the new lodge, and they come, the income to be able to come into the county and support us that way. So I think it's really important to realize all the things that we do and the benefits that we have, including sponsoring this broadcast. I'd like to talk a little bit about our customers, because that is really the reason we're all in this room. Forget the next slide, Adam. Is to do with our customers. Some things were previously said that weren't entirely correct. There's no part of the mine, and Kerry Hoy, our Vice President Geologist, will get into this more, there's no part of the mine that is mined out. Our customers are requiring us to have all of our available ore ready for them. And we have such a broad customer base, ranging for folks that make bottles, make flat glass, certainly agricultural uses, power generation, etc. We've got a wide variety of customers. They are requiring us to keep all of our mining faces open. And to start to fill in any part of the active mine right now would be doing something that happened to me a few years ago in a mine I was formerly managing. One of my predecessors made a decision to start filling in the mine with material that he couldn't sell at the time. We had to end up remining that material, and it's very unsafe mining, because the material is very loose rather than being a rock, and very expensive. It's very slow and tedious, but mostly it's plain unsafe. So that is not something I want to saddle my successor with somewhere years down the line, of actually burying very good ore that is possible to make profit on in the future. What I'd like to do now is go to the next slide and talk a little bit about the project and turn it over to Kerry Hoy, our Vice President and Geologist, to get into specifics. But in a nutshell, what we're looking to do is have a place to put the material I can't sell that is part of the mining process. We feel that this is the best place to do it. And obviously there's differing opinions in the room, but we've looked at it. We're making good business decisions about where is the best place to put this material. And with that, I'm going to ask Kerry to take it from there.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors. I'm Kerry Hoy, and I'm the geologist with Blue Mountain Minerals. We are a responsible company, and we care about doing the right thing. We live right here in this community, and this is our community. We are environmentally responsible, we are morally and ethically responsible, and we are legally responsible company. And contrary to what Mr. Buckley says, we are following the law through this mitigated negative deck as opposed to an EIR. The county attorneys agree, and our attorneys agree, and it's only CSERC's lawyers who disagree. And unfounded speculations and unsubstantiated opinions by non-professionals that are untrue are being presented by the opposition. We simply want CSERC to tell the truth. And as to address one of his comments about why we can't simply stack the material higher in the existing agricultural fill area, there's 3 reasons, and I did mention those at the Planning Commission hearing. And the first one is that if we, as Jeff said, there's no area in the pit that's completely mined out to completion yet. So we need a certain amount of volume to be able to put waste while we are still accessing those reserves. And there's simply not enough volume if we stayed within the 48 acres. A second reason is if we piled the material higher, we would have to use the maximum slopes allowed by SMERA, and that would be, could be less stable than what we're proposing. And the third reason is that there would be an impact, a visual impact from New Melones Reservoir. So let's talk about what are the facts in our project. We are not proposing any operational changes with this project. There will be no increase in the amount of material mined, the tons of production, the operating hours, the highway trucks, or the traffic. We're only requesting the ability to utilize for fill this additional 27 acres of land that we own in the middle of our nearly 1,200 acres. In fact, I'd like to show you visually how we have been reclaiming the land as we proceed. And here's a photo called the agricultural fill area of a slope that has been filled with material we cannot sell and subsequently revegetated with annual grasses. And can you tell the difference between the natural ground and the reclaimed ground? Let me show you that line. Next, I'd like to talk about the proposed revegetation program in our amended reclamation plan. That plan was reviewed by the California Department of Conservation, Office of Mine Reclamation, or OMR for short. The OMR is the main governing body for mining, and they're the experts on mine reclamation. After reviewing our plan, which you have in front of you, the big, thick plan, and coming out to our mine and conducting a site visit, the OMR made some very specific recommendations about replanting densities and ratios for native oak trees, other trees, and shrubs in our revegetation plan, and we followed their recommendations exactly. I'd also like to point out that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife was notified about our project and was given the opportunity to comment if they wished or if they had any objections. No comments were received from the Fish and Wildlife Service. And then finally, earlier this year, county staff suggested we contact the neighbors regarding this project, so I did that. I visited 34 nearby residences. The result of that survey was overwhelmingly both positive towards our company and in favor of this project being allowed on our own land. In fact, I didn't get a single negative response to the project. So in closing, I ask you to please approve the project as it is proposed, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. So, come on up.
Good afternoon, Chair Royce, members of the board. My name is David Temblador. I am the Land Use Environmental Counsel for Blue Mountain Minerals and work with them extensively on this project to bring it before you today. My comments will be very brief, and they will be focused on the environmental evaluation that was conducted by the county in conjunction with Blue Mountain Minerals. And I'm not telling you anything you already know. Your staff did an excellent job of reviewing and analyzing this project. And a very extensive initial study was completed that resulted in the preparation of a mitigated negative declaration. The appellants have asserted, I think correctly, under CEQA, if there's a potentially significant impact, there's a potential need to do an EIR. That's almost a correct statement. What the appellants failed to acknowledge today, and I think your staff is well aware, is that if there's a potentially significant impact, you try to find mitigation, and if there's feasible mitigation that can reduce that impact to less than a significant level, then you do not need to prepare an EIR. And I would submit to you that's precisely what happened in this circumstance. The county evaluated this project. They identified potentially significant impacts, and they also identified feasible mitigation that could reduce those impacts to a less than significant level. I have provided to the clerk a brief letter specifically addressing the comments and concerns that have been raised by the appellants. I would suggest to you that have been raised multiple times and have been addressed multiple times throughout this process, but nonetheless, we do it one more time for you. Specifically, I think just a couple points for you. There was a suggestion today that this was not consistent with the ag designation. That's simply not true. Certainly, this is mining and extractive activities, and more importantly, the ag fill proposal before you today is consistent with the zoning designation, subject to the issuance of the permits that Blue Mountain is asking for today. And then secondly, as respects greenhouse gases and air quality analysis, Blue Mountain and the county conducted extensive analysis of those issues, appropriately so, and appropriately determined whether or not additional cumulative analysis was necessary and determined that it was not cumulatively considerable. So with those comments, I would close, entertain any particular questions you have, and if you don't, I'd certainly turn it over to Jeff to make any closing comments. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I believe.
I'll just wrap up our comments with, really on behalf of Blue Mountain Minerals, our employees, our shareholders in the community, and our customers specifically, we ask your approval to our request to enable Blue Mountain Minerals to remain competitive, to support family wage jobs throughout the region, and to continue supporting the well-being of the community here in Tuolumne County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, we'll come back to the board. If there are any, it's not open yet. Yeah, we'll bring it back. Any questions for staff or either of the presenters? We'll allow that at this time. John?
Just a couple questions. Ms. Shane, were you writing down the things that Mr. Buckley was coming up with as far as his comments or reasons why we needed an EIR?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I thought you were. Could you just briefly address those?
Okay. Mr. Buckley's comments were that he felt that burying 27 acres of oak woodland will result in a significant impact to the environment, and implied that that impact has not been mitigated through the negative declaration. And he also stated that an EIR should be prepared in order to address alternatives to the project that has been proposed by Blue Mountain Minerals. And that would include such things as allowing the existing ag fill area to be increased in height rather than to increase the footprint. It's just an example of one alternative that could have been addressed through an EIR. His other primary comment that I understood him to say was he was concerned that the cumulative impact analysis for the air quality and greenhouse gas components related to the project did not comply with CEQA standards.
Okay. It's my understanding, and through reading most every page of all this here, not every page, but most every page, that those issues were well addressed in the staff's work for the project.
Yes, as your environmental coordinator, it's my opinion that we have prepared an adequate environmental document in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act.
All right, thank you.
Any other board questions? All right. This time we're going to open the public hearing. Before I do, I'm interested in who plans on talking. I'm sure we have quite a few. So seeing that we're going to have a lot of people, I'm going to limit it. Let's do 2 minutes. And you'll have an opportunity to speak either in favor or opposed. And then if you speak, same as the last public hearing, you'll have a chance to rebut or do a surrebuttal. So with that, I will open the public hearing. And anybody that would like to speak in favor of the project, you can come forward now. And Craig's timing? Yeah. And if you would please state your name. It's not required by law, but we appreciate it if you can. All right.
I'm John Kramer. I'm principal groundwater geologist with Condor Earth Technologies. Condor prepared several of the studies that were used in the ISMND for this project. I'm available to answer any questions about slope stability, hydrology, soils, geosciences, and that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Darrell Slocum with the Tuolumne County Business Council. Blue Mountain Minerals is a member of the Business Council, and we are here to support them. However, not blindly. Extensive studies have been done. We feel as if county staff has done an excellent job on this project. We applaud their efforts. In addition to that, our executive director, Ron Koff, also prepared a summary for our council to review, and we feel like it's an excellent project and fits the needs of the community. Having been at the Planning Commission meeting, one thing I'm concerned about is it was tempered here a little bit today, but the accusations of the county breaking the law seem to be thrown around in what I consider to be somewhat of a cavalier fashion. And having never been involved in a lawsuit myself, partly because it's a deterrent to me. I don't want to be involved in a lawsuit. I can't imagine any of you do as well. And as I said, it concerns me, it concerns the Business Council. We're concerned about the tactics of some of these opposition groups. Not sure what we can do about it, because perhaps they're not breaking any laws. But what we do think is that the public should be made aware of the impact it's having on our economy, that it is detrimental to these projects moving forward. I can't think of a recent project that has not been challenged by the opposition groups. And so I just wanted to go on record with you to let you know that our group is going to be taking a look at that. And I'd also like to thank you for your service. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, fellow supervisors. My name is Frank Helm. I live in Strawberry. As a longtime business owner, now going on the 37th year, this one being a bit of a dry one, but things will change, I hope, for everybody's benefit. I, too, am concerned about the tactics and strategy of some of these opposition groups that are opposing projects that come before various commissions and boards in Tuolumne County. And I think it's, we all have to be interested in the long-term effects of delays and just outright cancellations, people getting tired and can't afford the expense to fight lawsuits and that sort of thing. I think it's time that we all wake up and realize the long-term positive effects of these projects. I was very pleased to see the board approve so enthusiastically the Rush Creek Lodge project, and I hope that you do the same with the Blue Mountain Minerals project. In the long run, it's your children, your grandchildren who are going to be affected by either the turn down of this project or the approval of it, as far as jobs, a healthy, vibrant community where schools are supported and can remain in existence and not be closing down as they have been lately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hey, Craig, are you giving him a 30-second notice or anything? Yeah.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Ron Patel, General Manager of the Black Oak Casino Resort. I'm here to speak in support of the project and as a business manager of a highly regulated industry in which Blue Mountain Minerals is a highly regulated industry, probably similar to casinos and hospitals, very highly regulated. I personally know the management team and many of the employees at Blue Mountain Minerals for the last 12 years. I've never seen them do anything by halves or take shortcuts or do anything illegal. I look at their website. They've got 4 pages answering frequently asked questions, including the effects on cultural and historical resources, explaining that they see no impacts on any cultural resources from future mining or reclamation activities. They talk about impacts on endangered species. They deal with their MSDSs on their website, the effects of endangered or threatened species, and the effects on future generations. They even post their truck rules and regulations. In conclusion, they understand their industry, they know their business, they've all shown to be responsible members of the business and general community, and they genuinely and honestly care about what they do and how they do it. In my opinion, they would not present or proceed with any project that is, and this is probably the smallest one they've done in the last 30 years, unless they honestly believed they had done their homework and would come out with a AAA rating of approval. I therefore do not see how this expansion would constitute any significant change to the approvals already currently in place. I ask you to support the project.
Thank you.
Board. My name is Corey Alexander, and I'm speaking today because I want to do my part in ensuring that Blue Mountain Minerals
not only survives going forward, but thrives. This project is an important part of accomplishing that objective. More specifically, I'm going to talk about the important role that my company plays in providing nearly 50 good-paying jobs, good steady jobs, with good benefits for Tuolumne County citizens. I'm also going to talk about Blue Mountain Minerals' support of our community. As a longtime citizen of Tuolumne County, my situation is a great example of the excellent jobs at Blue Mountain Minerals. I've been happily working there at the mine for 23 years in the accounting and human resources departments. Like many of my company's employees, I'm blessed with a long-term, stable, good-paying job, working with awesome people in a wonderful community. And I love knowing that not only do I and my fellow employees benefit so much from working at Blue Mountain, but our community benefits from the participation of me and my coworkers in the local economy. Like my position, the jobs at Blue Mountain Minerals are so great that turnover is really low. So other than payroll and my personnel function at work, that's pretty minimal. Fortunately, my workload in other areas is enough to keep me busy. And one of my favorite job duties is to administer Blue Mountain's community giving program. Our company gives over $100,000 each year to local charities, and some employees belong to local service clubs. And Blue Mountain encourages its employees to be involved in community service with an annual donation match. Blue Mountain is a great company and should be permitted to expand its waste disposal area to facilitate its longevity and prosperity, which benefits all of Tuolumne County. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Wheat, and I work at Blue Mountain Minerals as a millwright. I have been working here for the last 19 years. I've seen this company in the good economic times and the bad. And the one thing that never changes is it's a great place to work and a great company to work for. However, I would much rather work at a Blue Mountain Minerals that is thriving rather than one that's merely surviving. A yes vote on this project would help put this company in a position to thrive and to help it continue to provide a good family wage to its employees and continue to help the community with its many charitable donations, such as the Habitat for Humanity project in Columbia. Right now, Blue Mountain Minerals is seeing a large number of its employees retiring. I one day myself wish to be one of them. I know I look old, but I got 25 more years to go, so please vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Ford. I'm the production foreman for Blue Mountain Minerals. I've been with the company for 23 years. Working for Blue Mountain Minerals has allowed me to purchase my home here in Tuolumne County. It's allowed my wife to be a stay-at-home mom, and we raised our 3 children here. Blue Mountain Minerals has always been there for its employees, providing high wages and definitely stability. Blue Mountain Minerals also does a great job for the community. As you heard, Habitat for Humanity, also Meals of Wheels, the arts community, and we also sponsor various events in the community. So in closing, I'd like to say, a yes vote today would help ensure that Blue Mountain Minerals will be around for many, many, many years and providing community support and good paying jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Mike Ayala, Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce. I come with a couple of different backgrounds. As the Chamber of Commerce, we voted unanimously to approve this project, to back Blue Mountain Minerals, to use their 27 acres to keep their business and mining options open. And I hear about their safety record, and coming from a law enforcement background, safety is of paramount importance. And when I hear about filling or what's safer, I would ask that you approve their request for filling in that bowl, because I think it would help them stay in business, be flexible, be strategic, and look to the future. Now, my other side, I'm kind of taking a key from some of the previous speakers, and that has to do with the EIR. And that is that back about 1986-87, I was commander of the Highway Patrol's Hazardous Materials Section, responsible for routing rocket fuel to Vandenberg Air Force Base and a few other locations. We accomplished that with a negative declaration. I cannot imagine what it would be like today. And with that said, as I've heard previously, I think we need to push back on what's being used by the EIR, by the impact it's having. It's a bludgeon. I grew up with batons, pepper spray, handcuffs, use of force, and there were times to use them, and there were strategic times not to, and there were other times you just chose not to. And I would ask that we start looking at what we can do with the EIR process that I think has gotten out of hand. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Larry Jones. I'm a member of the Tuolumne County Business Council and principal owner of Microtronics. I'd like to speak in support of Blue Mountain Minerals in this project. I have nothing but admiration for their management, their safety record, and their presence in the community. Their presence in the community is amazing. Every place I look, there's Blue Mountain sponsoring something. They're much like Black Oak Casino in that regard. They're everywhere. And to speak in support of what Mike Ayala just said, this EIR process is getting to the point where it's nothing but a bludgeon, a political tool. If I thought it was really accomplishing something, I'd be all for it. But I look at things like the Lowe's project. How many years was that Lowe's project held up by EIRs and lawsuits? And what did it accomplish in the end? Nothing that I can tell, nothing significant anyway. Anyway, I think I'll wrap it up there and say please approve the project.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Dana Mayo with the Tuolumne County Business Council. I want to keep it short and ask for your approval on this project as well. I have the privilege of being in many civic organizations with the leaders of Blue Mountain Minerals, and as everyone said, they're just such a giving organization. So I just want to ask for your approval on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm speaking today as a board member of the Tuolumne County Business Council and also as a board member of the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce. I'd just like to add a little bit to the discussion as it relates to community service and giving back to those around us. And because I sit on many boards and participate in a lot of nonprofit fundraising, I can assure you that Blue Mountain Minerals is one of the constant contributors to those causes our citizens rally behind year after year. I would say they're one of the big three, and I don't have to name them. I don't have to name these organizations. You know who they are. Some of them are sitting in this room, and they know who they are. I have the pleasure of knowing all of the principals involved in Blue Mountain Minerals, and each of them belongs to one or more community service organizations. In essence, this is a great company run by good people who donate not just resources but also their valuable time to support our local schools, our local hospitals, the senior center, Rotary Club projects, Meals on Wheels, 4-H, and also our 2 local repertory theaters, which add so much to our tourism and to our quality of life. And most of all, and most of you know, tourism is the industry to which I'm most passionate about. But with that said, it should be noted that both Blue Mountain Minerals and the tourism industry have coexisted here for many years, and each of us have contributed in its own way to the economic and social well-being of our communities. I encourage you to vote in favor of this change to their existing plan so that Blue Mountain Minerals can continue to do what they do best, which is to provide quality jobs and far-reaching community support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Hank Russell, Mayor of Sonora. I don't think there's any question about the ethics, the community responsibility of Blue Mountain Minerals. They're an excellent organization and they do things right. What concerns me is the opposition to what they do. The same opposition delayed Lowe's, as has been mentioned. The Walmart expansion is in court right now. There seems to be a group that doesn't want progress, and it bothers me. I think when I have a chance to speak against that kind of obstruction, I do. I urge you to approve this project.
Good afternoon. Ron Kopp with the Tuolumne County Business Council. It's been pointed out that Blue Mountain Minerals is an environmentally conscious company. They're a good company to have in our community, and they do follow the law. They have a high-quality limestone product, and it's needed for the ag industry and other industries around. That needs to be supported. When Blue Mountain Minerals combined two mines, they did an extensive EIR and completed all of the mining regulations. An opposition group decided they didn't like that approval and lobbied for more study and mitigation during the approval process. After the county approved the EIR, they sued. They lost. They appealed and lost that suit as well. So it's been proven in courts that they do go through the right regulations, and and they go through the environmental process correctly. Now Blue Mountain Minerals is looking to make a mitigated minor adjustment to their approved plan, which is on 3% of the land area that they own. They have thoroughly studied the issues and have unanimous approval vote from the Planning Commission. An opposition group has again appealed this decision and stated you should just have BLM follow the law. Well, it's been pointed out by the Blue Mountain Minerals attorney, by your county council, and the Tuolumne County Resources Agency that they have followed the law. This group now wants a full AIR, and Blue Mountain Minerals supplied a great deal of information as part of the initial study in their negative deck. There's going to be no additional information that you're going to get out of an EIR. The mitigated negative declaration is not a shortcut, but it's basically the equivalent of an EIR. It just doesn't take as long and cost quite as much. So with that, right now, the 27 acres of oaks have been described as if they're the last stand out there. This constitutes less than 0.0082% of the oaks in this county. This is not a big item. What we should really be focusing on is how do we do better forest management practices to save the thousands of oak trees that burned up in the rim fire. Thank you.
Diane Moore with Moore Biological Consultants. I'm the biologist for Blue Mountain Minerals. Been working up there on and off for about, 18, maybe almost 20 years. I'm available for any questions related to biology.
Thank you.
I'm Dean Fisher. I do not, even though I'm wearing the hat, work for Blue Mountain Minerals. They did not even ask me to be here, but I am a neighbor of theirs. My property borders their property. First thing I would ask you to do is to be as good a neighbor to them as they've been to us. The second thing is I sit here and listen to these people acting like 27 acres is half the state of California, putting all of their energy here into this. And like the previous man said, we've got 400 square miles. Their money, their energy, and their time, let's help them direct it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
My name is Andy Heights. Board, everybody here. I'm amazed at the amount of energy and money that's being spent on this issue. Holy smokes. I came here today only because I border, my house borders their property somewhere. And one of their lights is on at night all the time. And I figured, I could probably speak about that today. But that's really a minor issue. And I am totally in favor of approving this project. I mean, this is ridiculous. I built a building in Dublin that was 125,000 square feet, employed 500 people. And when we were ready to build the building, the county came out with all the experts and all this, looking for, I think they were called red-legged frogs or something. And somebody told me, one of the construction guys that I had hired, that if they find one, I'm in trouble. And I'm like, what? Unbelievable. So totally, I mean, you guys are nuts if you don't approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor? All right, seeing none, we will now move to opposition. Anybody that would like to speak against the project, please come forward. Same thing, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Julia Stevens, and I work for CSERC. Just wanted to make a couple points. As described in CSERC's brief presentation by John, The issue before you isn't whether the mine is strongly supported by the community or a good employer or is an asset to the community. It's a question of whether burying 27 acres of habitat is a significant impact. CSERC and other commenters have understood why we believe it is a significant impact and thus why an EIR is necessary. Part of our community is taking care of our environment and following the legal process. We believe that the information provided in the record validates why an EIR is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Parrington. I'm speaking on behalf of the Central Sierra Audubon Society. Mr. Chairman, board members, and audience supporting Blue Mountain. My comments were included in a September 18th letter, which is included in your packet of materials before the Planning Commission hearing was even held. Your county general plan provides that there's to be no net loss of habitat for certain plant species, including old-growth oaks and valley oaks. At the Planning Commission hearing, it was brought out that you're relying on a 1987 mapping of this area, which is blue oak and oak woodland, and blue pine and oak woodland. But Blue Mountain's consultant has admitted that there is no tree survey made on this 27-acre site, and instead is relying on that a 1993 study of the areas that now are encompassed in the mine. There is nothing that you can say this is a mitigated negative declaration. Eliminating a oak woodland pine forest and replacing it 25 to 40 years from now with fill is not mitigation. That's just absurd. And I'm unfortunately in the position of saying you're not allowed to use a mitigated negative declaration, which does not mitigate. The guidelines require in the Public Resources Code that not more than half of a site that's developed can be replaced or replanted, and you're trying to use the county exception that allows you to mitigate an alternate method. But I state, and it's supported by other authors, such as the CEQA desk book by Ronald Bass, that says the discretion has to be supported by substantial evidence.
Thank you.
And having no replacement for 25 to 40 years is not mitigation, and it's not replacement in our lifetimes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Buckley, CSERC. Just will close by sharing that in 26 years of our center reviewing every single project that has come up in this county and most of them in Calaveras County, we have litigated 3 projects in the county. Some may say that's outrageous. By God, they're stopping everything. I think that that's probably an exaggeration, and some would think that 3 in 26 years is not enough. So for those that want to generalize, those that are using the law to hopefully enforce the law, there is a very limited range of options we can use. Litigation is one of them. We've worked, as the staff knows, in many, many circumstances to find ways to avoid that. And again, we've made our attempt up to this point. So I appreciate the consideration of the board and the thoughtful comments that have been submitted by those that are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment regarding opposition? Seeing none, we will go to neutral. Is there anybody who would like to speak neutrally? Seeing none, we will go back to rebuttal. Anybody that spoke in favor, you can now speak and only address any of the comments that were made by the opposition. So, all right, I don't see any rebuttal, so that means there's no rebuttal. So at this time, I will close the public hearing, and let's bring it back to the board for questions or comments. Supervisor Hamvold?
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple comments. First of all, I
I appreciate all the comments from everybody in the audience and appreciate everybody being here. Clearly a topic of extreme interest to the community. To the man who said that we were nuts if we didn't approve that, there are other people who think we're nuts just because we ran for supervisor. So I appreciate that, one nut to another. What bothers me about this, first of all, I want to say that I think Blue Mountain Minerals is a very responsible and sensitive organization. I've seen what they've done. I've been to this site. I've walked the site. I've seen their operations, and I see how they are sensitive to all sorts of things like noise mitigation and the visual appearance of their site. Basically, it's really hard to see Blue Mountain Minerals site without driving in there unless you fly over. So I think they're very sensitive in what they do and how they impact the public. I'd like to point out one little quick calculation I did here. 27 acres. 27 acres. We burned 257,000 acres. This is just barely slightly more than 1/10,000th of that. It's minuscule in comparison to what happened at Rimfire. Rimfire won't recover fully for 200 years. And we're talking about, is it 50 years? Round numbers? So the net cumulative effect when they restore, according to the restoration plan, is basically you won't even know a mine was there. The trees will be restored. And they will be restored quicker than our forest will be fully recovered from the Rimfire. I think this is a very responsible project, and it has more to do than what we're talking about is just building that mound higher on the existing spot. It has to do with the competitiveness of the organization and their ability to compete in the marketplace. There's an economic impact to the company that provides the jobs. And by the way, I hear a lot of comments from people. Blue Mountain Minerals, uses our highways and they don't pay a dime. And that's not true. I want to put that on the record here too. They do pay. Every truck that comes out of there pays a fee to support our highways. So that's not true. I think they're very responsible. I think this is a responsible project. I do believe that mitigated negative declarations fit within the law and that they are a responsible way to do things and minimize the cost of doing them and allow people to be expeditious in how they do them. I will say that I'm disappointed in the success that we've had with mitigated negative declarations in my tenure as a supervisor, and that most of them have been challenged. They've not all been litigated necessarily, but their settlements have been made and they've been delayed and things have happened. But that's the same thing. Someone said it was like using a baton or whatever it is, a weapon, and I'm disappointed that it is. I think this is a responsible project. I've tried to read all this document, and like Supervisor Gray, and I'm not sure I can quote chapter and verse, but I've looked at it critically, and I think it's a responsible job, so I'm going to support this.
Thank you. Supervisor Rodever?
Yeah. First of all, I need to note for public that I have met with the leadership at Blue Mountain Mineral. I have also met with opponents of the project and discussed the project. So I just need to disclose that up front. I also should disclose that several members of both sides contributed to my campaign as well. So I'm kind of in the middle here, but I just wanted that on the public record for propriety's sake. I want to agree with Mr. Buckley that this really isn't about how fine a company Blue Mountain Minerals is. It really is a great company. They are great community partners, no doubt about it. It is about the the appeal that CSERC has brought forward and the issues that they raise. And it's really about our CEQA process and in some cases how that process has been broken over time, and I share some of Supervisor Hanvelt's concerns about that. I do want to address the comment that was made earlier about what the difference was in the Lowe's project delays and the lawsuits that are associated with it. It isn't that you can't see any difference. Lowe's is there today, but there was a tremendous amount of money taken out of our economy because of that litigation. That is money that did not go to employees, that did not go to corporate vibrancy, that did not go necessarily into the local economy. And I want to go on record as commending those people who specifically addressed today their public concern with how that whole CEQA process has been, in my view, bastardized, okay, over the course of time. CEQA allowed for mitigated negative declarations, not so we could sue and settle and string out the process, but to streamline the process. And I'm not sure that our tort process really appreciates that. So I just wanted to go on record that I too am disappointed with how CEQA has turned out. I think something that was originally envisioned as a very positive thing for humanity and for our society has really turned into a legal roadblock structure. And I think that the people that would use it for that ought to seriously consider what the real impacts to our society are when they do that. It's not trivial. This isn't a power game, a personal power game. This is about what's right for our community, what's right for our economy, what's right for the people, the hardworking people in our businesses in this nation. So it isn't just about what a great community partner Blue Mountain Mineral is. It's really about the future of the economy in this county. It's about the future of jobs in this county. And I believe that our county staff has done their job. And I believe they've done it well. I believe that the mitigation that is desired by CEQA is accounted for, and I believe this is a good project. Is it a perfect solution for everybody? No, I'm sure that there's some people that are going to be unhappy with it. But this is the right thing for Tuolumne County. This is the right thing for our community. This is the right thing for the hardworking people in our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Gray?
Yes, when I have to go after Randy and Carl, I don't have to talk as much because they cover quite a few of the items, but I can concur with most everything they said. But I do have a question for staff. Now, as I understand, that property is zoned agriculture. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just a hypothetical. I'm a farmer and I want to create a field to grow more wheat, or I want to plant grapes out there in that piece on that 27 acres. Would I have to go through a negative deck to do that?
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah. That's what I thought. So, I mean, 27 acres is significant, but, we do have millions of acres of habitat. Losing 27 acres is a bad thing if we can't mitigate it. But, looking at this map over here on the wall, I think that tells a lot, or shows a lot that, you can mitigate for taking down trees. You can plant ones, and I know it'll take time, but as Supervisor Henvelt mentioned, the rim fire, that's going to take a long time too. So, again, it's not about Blue Mountain as a company. We all know that they're a good company. They do things right. They provide jobs. I'm not even addressing that part of it. It's just that, can we mitigate for those 27 acres? I believe so. I believe staff has correctly done a negative deck on this, and that's just about it.
Thank you.
And I get to go after these three. I do believe that the state of California is one of the most environmentally regulated states in the union. And I have said publicly a number of times that we need to follow both federal and state law. And having the opportunity to spend hours reading this document over Christmas break, I am convinced that the project was overseen by the Office of Mine Reclamation, and then it was further evaluated by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They both had the opportunity to comment and provide input. And I really believe that it is incumbent upon this county, especially in this regulated environment where we expect businesses to succeed and be profitable and competitive with products coming from other states that don't have that same burden, that it is incumbent upon us to not require additional expenditures or expenses when they have met the law. And it really does appear to me, I want to commend staff. I think you did a really good job in finding evaluating on a negative declaration. And I am prepared to move on a motion when we're ready.
All right, thank you. I guess I'll just make a quick one since everybody got their little bully pulpit. It's obvious that, to me anyways, with the experience I've had over the last 3 years dealing with this stuff, that this answers a lot of questions about the site. When you do a mitigated negative declaration, if there's any significant impacts, they have to be mitigated. And all of the experts have basically said that we're doing that. Just stating, I heard several times that there's a significant impact by the opposition, and I'd say I agree with you, but it's being mitigated, and it's that simple. So I think the law is being followed, and I would also agree that I don't think it's that big of a deal either to actually have to put this kind of effort and resources into something like this. So anyways, I hope that after I think the board will probably approve this, we actually see the project move forward, and the legal threats that we've heard being talked about don't obstruct any kind of progress. So thank you. And with that, I guess I'll bring it back to the board and ask for a motion.
Yeah, since it's my district. I move that we approve the negative declaration prepared for this project based on findings A through F.
Do I have a second?
Just a second. I'm not done.
No, you got to do the whole thing.
And I also further move that we approve the conditional use permit based on findings A through D and A through E and conditions 1 through 14. And I further move that we approve the reclamation plan RP 13-001 based on the findings A through D and conditions 1 through 14, and that we approve the indemnification agreement for this project.
Second.
They're fast.
Ladies first,
I
Randy.
need to get you guys to start looking this direction.
All right, we don't need to fight over it. So we have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer and second by Supervisor Hanveld. Is there any other discussion from the board? And do I need to ask public comment here again?
No.
Or no? Okay, then I will just call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, and with... Yeah, let's do a 5-minute break. Sure. Yeah, closed session.
Closed session, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, authority government code, section 54956-9D41 case. Conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Fremd, authority government code, section 5495676, all bargaining units.
Any public comment? Seeing none. Do we have anything to report? Nothing to report? All right, thank you.
Finally.